session has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. This hearing block 2 has considered the responsibilities of the states and territories in national natural disaster arrangements. Today, we turn our attention to coordination of arrangements with respect to response to natural disasters by exploring arrangements and decision-making processes of the states and territories, including issues in assistance from other jurisdictions when a natural disaster threatens to exhaust local resources. As I have emphasised before, this is a Royal Commission into national natural disaster arrangements. Commissioners, arrangements and processes for interstate, Commonwealth and international assistance, essentially cross or multi-jurisdictional assistance, are relevant to your inquiry into the matters specified in paragraphs A, B and C of your letters patent. Issues of national coordination and accountability arrangements and the framework for the involvement of the Commonwealth are central to those terms of reference, and these will be further addressed in a third hearing block to be held in coming weeks. We anticipate that several of the witnesses in this hearing block will be recalled to assist you at that time, as well as those who, because of pressing responsibilities in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, have been unable to assist you to date. Over the next 3 days, you will hear from senior government officials who are the decision makers with responsibility for coordinating the response to natural disasters in their states and territories. In this segment of the hearings, Counsel Assisting will examine these witnesses in part by reference to a hypothetical scenario set in the near future. Consistent with your broader terms of reference than those that bind the current state-based independent inquiries into the past bushfire season, the hypothetical scenario canvasses a range of natural disaster risks. I will say more about that scenario in a moment. You will hear from each jurisdiction separately, although the witnesses from each particular jurisdiction will give their evidence in a panel format. It is useful at this junction to say something about the importance of exercises and lessons learning in emergency management. Exercising is acknowledged as crucial to testing preparedness and response plans for hazards. Exercises also provide an opportunity to observe that agreed improvement actions are implemented. You will recall that on Monday this week you heard some initial evidence of exercise Dirubin, which related to major flooding in the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley, as well as desktop and live cross-border exercises involving New South Wales and Victorian emergency agencies. The National Resilience Task Force 2018 publication, Profiling Australia's Vulnerability, the Interconnected Causes and Cascading Effects of Systemic Disaster Risk, explains as follows. Disasters and disruptions provide an opportunity to learn. Distilling the causes and sharing experiences of what contributed to each disaster, providing evidence or unpicking what happened, all provide important opportunities to learn so that measures can be taken to reduce the chance of the same thing happening again. Legacy decisions and existing behaviours, capacities, regulations and standards that contributed to unwanted outcomes can be recognised, diagnosed and alternatives identified to improve future decisions and actions. Learning can be used to better characterise the contributing factors, improve understanding of the effectiveness of possible interventions, and to more equitably share the responsibilities, costs and benefits associated with them. As you have heard, Commissioners, the last Australian summer was defined by a series of consecutive and at times coincident natural events involving a confluence of bushfires, floods, droughts and heat extremes. You have heard how their cascading effects impacted Australian communities and industries. In addition to the loss of life and suffering, the cost to the community and government of these events has been significant. But as mentioned many times during this Royal Commission's hearings, your inquiries and investigations are not about apportioning blame. After a natural disaster, there may be a desire to blame someone for the loss of life or property and the economic and environmental damage which has occurred. Understandably, many seek to attribute blame in order to make better sense of it all. Unfortunately, that focus can impede the ability of agencies to learn collectively and constructively about what unfolded, and the ability to appreciate the interdependencies and cascading effects of the complex systems involved. Evaluations of disaster events and their consequences do allow emergency management agencies, their leaders and governments to understand how disaster management could be done better and apply those lessons to planning and preparation for the future. Most states and territories have adopted formal lessons management processes as a method of internal assurance. But so far, only 2 states have institutionalised those as an independent external assurance process through the Office of Inspector General. From the IGEMS last week, you heard evidence of how conducting assurance activities, including evaluation and review, allow opportunities for continuous improvement to be identified and give the community and government the confidence that the emergency management arrangements are effective. Most states and territories have reported to you, Commissioners, that they are committed to so-called after-action reviews, consequence management reviews and other lessons learning exercises. However, so far, not all the lessons have been shared with you, let alone with other states and territories or indeed the wider community. This is disappointing. There is diminishing time for that opportunity to be taken up before the next disaster season. Other previous inquiries, reviews and royal commissions will of course be relevant, and the Commission has already published a background paper on this topic. Some reviews are particularly recent, including the AFAC Independent Operational Review of the Management of the Tasmanian Fires of December 2018 and 19, and the June 2018 Bega Valley Fires Independent Review. However, we anticipate that the findings and recommendations of the reviews into the most recent bushfires will be of the greatest assistance to you, Commissioners. 2 states have already completed their independent reviews relating to the 2019-2020 bushfire season, and these have been provided to the Royal Commission. These are the Queensland IGEM's Queensland Bushfires Review Report of the September 2019 bushfire events and the independent review into South Australia's 2019-2020 bushfire season released over the weekend. We will continue to work with parties with leave to appear to try to close that information gap so that you will be able to complete your important work on behalf of the governments of our nation to recommend ways of improving Australia's national natural disaster arrangements. Commissioners, last week Mr Tokley of Queen's Counsel spoke about how the risk from a natural hazard can be understood as a combination of 3 factors. The natural hazard itself, that is, the severity, intensity and frequency of the hazard, and how the changing global climate will affect the severity, intensity and frequency of natural hazard risks and hazards in Australia. Exposure, that is, the elements that are at risk and how the changing global climate will affect exposure. For example, Professor Alan March gave evidence that if residential sprawl continues under the current planning controls, development is likely to occur in areas where bushfire risk is predicted to increase over time. Vulnerability, that is, how each exposed element responds to the level of hazard. You heard from a number of witnesses of the vulnerability of existing settlements built before the introduction of building standards to address natural disaster risk. You also heard evidence that there are currently no programs or incentives to address this legacy risk in New South Wales, the ACT, Victoria, Western Australia or the Northern Territory. In Queensland, there are guidelines and incentives in respect of cyclones and as part of the work done by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. These 3 factors will inform a state's or territory's natural disaster risk assessment. States and territories have adopted formal emergency risk management frameworks, which we will include in the tender today. Risk management frameworks enable evidence-based risk assessments, identify and prioritise the enhancement or development of emergency management capabilities. A state or territory's capacity to respond to natural disaster risk will be the key determinant of how long a capability can be sustained for a particular level of ability. Using scenarios can enhance and enrich understanding of the broader context in which emergency management problems need to be solved, strategic objectives developed or modified, or common visions identified. Last month, officers of the Royal Commission developed a normative scenario designed to inform the Commission about each jurisdiction's existing arrangements and processes with respect to cross-jurisdictional assistance. This is intended to assist the Commission to formulate options to possibly, and if considered necessary, transform those current arrangements and processes to help achieve improved outcomes. The hypothetical scenario is set in December 2020. Just the one. It is December 2020 and the 2020-2021 fire season has been stretching state emergency services and other government resources for 5 weeks. Large fires are burning in the north of the state or territory, and 2 fires in the south are likely to merge and threaten several towns and villages in the state or territory. On a day in which conditions are at the highest level of fire danger for that jurisdiction, both of these southern fires are burning out of control. One fire in Region X has burned across a national park and privately owned land adjacent to the main road and is likely to force the closure of that road, the only road connecting the largest town in the region to a national highway. The local government responsible for the Region X has its main offices in this town. Because of the fire, electrical infrastructure is at imminent risk of being impacted. If power is lost, communications with and within the town and with residents on the outskirts of the town will be severely limited unless other action is taken. The fires continue to stretch local and state firefighting resources, including personnel and equipment. The state or territory has formed the view that the current and predicted situation is beyond the jurisdiction's resources and capability and has decided to request assistance from 1, another jurisdiction, 2, the Australian Government, including Defence, 3, overseas. Commissioners, you will recall that you asked states and territories to respond to the following 9 questions for each case of assistance. First, how is the assessment made that the state or territory's resources are or are about to be exhausted? Operator there at the bottom of that page. Second, how is the decision to seek assistance made? Who makes that decision? 3, what systems, processes and procedures guide the state or territory's authorities' assessment that leads to this decision? 4, what criteria are used to assess the state or territory's capacity to deal with a natural disaster? 5, is any decision, process or procedure contingent on a state or territory declaration of emergency or equivalent, and if so, why and how? And 6, what processes, systems, frameworks and guidance are in place to coordinate the use of the assistance? 7, are different systems and processes used to request or accept assistance from a local business, for example, an earth-moving contractor, landholder or primary producer? 8, are different systems and processes used to request or accept assistance from Defence? And 9, how do the systems and processes frameworks and guidance differ when dealing with other natural disasters, for example, floods, tsunami, storms or earthquakes? In light of the Australian Capital Territory's unique arrangements, the ACT was also asked an additional question. How would the ACT government also ensure that Jervis Bay has resources to respond to any natural hazards that could simultaneously impact on that region? That can be taken down now, thank you. On 22 June 2020, the solicitors assisting the Royal Commission wrote to states and territories providing the hypothetical scenario with these questions. Upon states and territories nominating an appropriate department and or agency, on 3 July the Commission issued a notice to give information to formalise that request. States and territories were directed to provide their written response by 5 p.m. on Monday, 13 July 2020. Most complied and all responses will be tendered today. The states and territories were also invited to nominate appropriate witnesses. Because of the differences between state and territory arrangements, the witnesses represent a variety of agencies, including fire and emergency services, emergency management departments, and police. Given the unfolding developments regarding COVID-19, those assisting you have sought to accommodate the demands placed on senior emergency services officials at this time, in particular the request by the State of Victoria for substitution of witnesses and a short extension of the state's response to the compulsory notice. Mr Glover of Council will shortly tender the responses of the states and territories, the accompanying witness statements and supplementary documents in the order in which their witnesses will be called. New South Wales, the Australian Capital Territory, that's today's witnesses, Victoria and Tasmania, South Australia, Queensland, Western Australia and Northern Territory. To assist your consideration of the evidence to come, I will recap some of the key themes to emerge so far with respect to interstate, Commonwealth and international assistance to response to natural disasters. You have already heard some evidence of the cooperative arrangements that exist for sharing of resources, including personnel across jurisdictions, including for witnesses from the Australian Defence Force, volunteer firefighting associations and volunteer firefighters themselves. You will also no doubt remember the Wallamai Pine operation was conducted with international assistance. You will recall evidence of local governments seeking assistance from other local governments in light of the exhaustion of their own resources. From Queensland, you heard of the C2C system, or council-to-council sharing system, which enables councils in unaffected areas to provide expert advice in the immediate response to a disaster by placing experienced disaster managers and administrative staff. From Victoria, you heard of the assistance received by Towang Shire Council from neighbouring councils, as well as a number of metropolitan Melbourne councils. East Gippsland Shire Council activated resource sharing protocols available through the MAV and received significant support from across the state, in the order of 200 people from other municipalities. From South Australia, you heard of the assistance given to Kangaroo Island Council and Adelaide Hills Council by metropolitan councils and regional councils through the Functional Support Group and also from interstate. And from New South Wales, you heard of the resource sharing across local governments in the Canberra Region Joint Organisation and the assistance given to Snowy Valleys Council from Sydney Councils and Noosa Shire Council in Queensland. The City of Sydney hosted a local government bushfire recovery support group to simplify the process of inter-council resource sharing. You will also recall evidence about the important role of assistance from outside the disaster-affected states and territories, particularly during the 2019-2020 bushfires. The length and extreme conditions experienced during the 2019-2020 season saw resources in impacted states and territories stretched over what proved to be a long and arduous bushfire season. Fortunately, states and territories were able to call on additional capability from across the nation and overseas. Submissions to the Royal Commission have referred to the reliance on outside assistance and resource challenges experienced during the 2019-2020 bushfires. You will recall the submission from Major General Peter Dunn AM, who said, "Insufficient firefighting assets exist in any state to deal with the extreme fires that have been experienced in 2019. This year is not the first time that this observation has been made, as it was the case in 2003 with the Canberra fires, 2009 with the Victorian fires and other extreme fire events. To combat extreme bushfires, it has now become common practice for rural firefighting resources to be moved around state and territory regions. Wider interstate, out-of-area deployments are commonplace." During the first hearing block, the Chief Executive Officer of the Australasian Fire and Emergency Services Authorities Council, AFAC, Mr Stuart Ellis AM, outlined national arrangements for national resource sharing. Mr Ellis outlined that AFAC maintains the Australasian Arrangement for Interstate Assistance, the National Aerial Firefighting Centre and the National Resource Sharing Centre. The decisions to share resources remains the responsibility of the jurisdictional commissioners and chief officers, and that jurisdictions also can engage in resource sharing through bilateral mutual aid agreements. Mr Ellis described the evolution of resource sharing, stating, We have gone from, 10 years ago, where all resource sharing was done bilaterally. One commissioner or chief officer would ring another and ask if they have available resources. Now that all occurs within the environment of the commissioners and chief officers' strategic committee. But when a particular jurisdiction asks for additional resources, the National Resource Sharing Centre then goes to the various states and territories and requests what availability there is in those different states and territories. You will recall AFAC's 2019 situation report that we displayed during Hearing Block 1. That report stated that for both New South Wales and Victoria, interstate and/or international assistance is essential to meet incident objectives. It also recorded that South Australia's resources were fully utilised and requests for interstate assistance are a consideration. While submissions have indicated appreciation for the support provided by interstate personnel, they also suggested a number of challenges with interstate deployments. Mr Glover of Council identified some of those challenges in his opening address on Friday the 3rd of July. He recounted responses to the Commission's issues paper on firefighting and emergency services personnel and equipment, including where firefighters spoke of their personal experiences of being deployed interstate. Some spoke of the challenge of working as a coordinated collective in a new environment with unfamiliar procedures and protocol. Other responses told of deployment decisions being made with limited consultation at the brigade level or with limited notice. Communication issues were raised, including one instance where personnel were deployed without compatible communication equipment during the 2019-2020 bushfires. You will also recall evidence about the valuable role international assistance played during the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Australia received assistance in the form of international deployments, in particular from New Zealand, Canada and the United States during the season, totalling at least over 900 personnel. During Hearing Block 1, Mr Ellis from AFAC suggested that international deployments were enabled by long-standing cooperative bilateral arrangements with the respective countries and, like interstate assistance, were facilitated through the AFAC National Resources Sharing Centre. AFAC's submission noted overseas assistance was able to provide specialist personnel that were exhausted domestically. The 2019-2020 season posed some challenges with sharing specialist personnel, as high bushfire risk conditions occurred concurrently across multiple jurisdictions. Accordingly, specialist aviation personnel were also sourced internationally through the NRSC. International support was crucial in ensuring continuity of supply of aerial firefighting capability. In addition, during this second hearing block, you heard from former Fire and Rescue New South Wales Commissioner Mr Greg Mullins AM, who described the importance of international assistance in meeting resourcing demand, stating, "We had a situation in 2019-20 where Queensland was burning, New South Wales was burning, Victoria was burning, South Australia was burning, and we had fires starting to kick off in Tasmania and some in Western Australia. So where do we get the resources? We had to bring them in internationally." Emergency Management Australia is party to international wildland fire management resource sharing arrangements with the US and Canada. Each arrangement has an operating plan, a pre-contractual understanding for which AFAC is the coordinating authority. Mr Ellis from AFAC explained that the operating plan sets out the detail of how the arrangements work. While EMA is the signatory on the arrangements, it is AFAC that is responsible for developing and maintaining the arrangements with the United States of America and with Canada. Mr Ellis stated in his evidence that the NRSC has not yet had a situation where the crossing of the seasons between the northern and southern hemispheres led to non-availability of aerial resources. However, that is a possibility that is part of the ongoing discussion with the United States and with Canada, and is a possibility of which AFAC is conscious. Of course, a further and very real consideration is that the COVID-19 pandemic may be ongoing during the 2020-2021 bushfire season, and possibly even beyond that. This may well impact the assistance able to be provided by international and even interstate deployments of personnel and assets. We expect to hear from the states and territories this week as to how the risk of infection from the novel coronavirus is being taken into account in current hazard reduction activities, planning for the upcoming bushfire season, and in modifying the arrangements for emergency relief and evacuation centres. Finally, in relation to the capability and other assistance provided by the Commonwealth, you will recall during the first hearing block you received evidence from Mr Rob Cameron OAM, who's the Director-General of Emergency Management Australia. Mr Cameron set out the process for local, state and territory governments to request assistance from the Commonwealth through the Australian Government Disaster Response Plan, COMDIS Plan, which is the mechanism by which disaster assistance is requested. You heard from several witnesses of examples of quick responses by the Australian Defence Force. For example, Mr John MacArthur from the Adelaide Hills Council said, "So the ADF were on the ground very quickly in response to the Cuddly Creek fire here. They actually set up and based themselves inside the recovery centre at Lobethal as well. And the beauty of that, any community member experiencing or wanting some assistance with a matter, the ADF are right there, and then it can be dealt with and they would send people out." You also heard similar positive accounts from Mr Michael Gatt from Transgrid, the New South Wales electricity transmission network provider, about its access and appreciation of the support from the Australian Defence Force. Yes, we had direct liaison with the ADF care of the RFS in New South Wales to the point that witness raised earlier about the challenges of being able to look at your network and see it post-emergency. Our access to helicopters and patrols was certainly challenged, and we were offered at that point in time the support of the ADF to go out there and inspect our assets, which proved to be very valuable. You will also recall submissions and witnesses suggesting the need to simplify processes for local governments to request assistance for the Australian Government, particularly the Australian Defence Force. In particular, you'll recall Mr Robert Fish from Kempsey Shire Council, who said, "I was not aware of the Defence Force's availability prior to late 2019. The assistance was needed back in November rather than in January. And yes, at the time of the fires, I certainly wasn't aware of, the process that we're referring to make application to them. I only became aware of it through January, when that was my understanding was when the Defence Force were actually activated." Commissioners, the hypothetical scenarios are designed to assist you in understanding arrangements and processes that each of the states, the ACT and Northern Territory, have in place regarding interstate, Commonwealth and international assistance, including how they are used by each jurisdiction. Of course, the scenario is merely a hypothetical. In the real world, when assessing the potential risk of a natural disaster, it is vital to maintain situational awareness. Last week, the Bureau of Meteorology released its climate outlook for July to September 2020. The climate outlook was accompanied by a video, which will be played shortly. As you will recall from our first day of hearings in May, the Bureau's climate model uses the physics of our oceans, ice and land surface, combined with millions of observations from satellites and on land and sea. As a result, it includes the influence of climate change and natural climate drivers like ENSO, the El Niño Southern Oscillation, IOD, the Indian Ocean Dipole, and SAM, the Southern Annular Mode, in its outlooks. The latest outlook demonstrates that the influence of the climate in 2020 are different to those that led to the extreme dry conditions in 2019. Both ENSO and the Indian Ocean Dipole are currently neutral. The Bureau's ENSO outlook has shifted to La Niña watch. La Niña typically sees above average rainfall over much of Australia. To accompany the Bureau's outlook, last week the Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC published the Australian Seasonal Bushfire Outlook July 2020 for the period of July until September 2020. The outlook is particularly relevant for those areas now in their fire seasons or due to begin their fire seasons in coming months: Queensland, the Northern Territory and the Northern Western Australia. The report records that the combined very hot and dry conditions saw Australia experience on its most devastating southern fire seasons in 2019-2020. The rainfall in early 2020 has eased the fire risk for most of Eastern Australia. However, South Australia and Western Australia have seen drier conditions persist into winter. The tendency for fire seasons to become more intense and fire danger to occur earlier is a clear trend in Australia's climate, reflecting reduced and/or less reliable cool season rainfall and rising temperatures. Fire season severity is increasing across much of Australia as measured by annual July to June indices of the Forest Fire Danger Index, with the increases tending to be greatest in inland eastern Australia and coastal Western Australia. Relevantly for our witnesses today, the report notes that long-term rainfall deficiencies remain right across New South Wales, and dry subsoil conditions on the northern ranges, far north coast and south coast are reported to be of concern. Due to ongoing dry conditions and a reduced chance of above median rainfall, above normal fire potential is expected for the south coast for this time of year in areas unburnt after last season's fires. That can come down. Commissioners, no doubt it will be of some relief to many that the outlook for bushfires is better than it was this time last year. However, despite the improved outlook, the evidence is that the risk to the nation of further natural disasters persists. For example, over the last week, a series of video updates were released by the Bureau of Meteorology to mark a severe weather update, warning of the risk of damaging coastal incursions and landslides from a potential east coast low, which risk further impacting, in particular, the fire-affected communities on the south coast of New South Wales. Those weather advisories serve to remind us of the dynamic nature of the situations our emergency management agencies must face. Robustness and agility in decision-making processes are important capabilities in ensuring Australia's national natural disaster arrangements are consistently the best they can be. Commissioners will now play the video of the seasonal outlook.
Welcome to the Climate Water Outlook for July to September 2020. After a wet start to the year in southeast Australia, June has been drier than normal. However, with a shift to La Niña watch, July to September may see wetter than average conditions return. But first, let's look at recent conditions. June days were warmer than average over much of the continent. Darwin hit 35 degrees on the 15th of June, its warmest June day on record. Nights were cooler than average in the southeast. June rainfall was below average across much of Western Australia and outback areas, but eastern New South Wales and Queensland experienced closer to average falls. After a dry first half of June, parts of southeast Tasmania received well over a month's worth of rainfall in just 3 days. Soil moisture continues to be drier than usual in the west and central areas, but in the east, good rainfall since the start of the year is reflected in above average soil moisture. This means that water storage levels in the Murray-Darling Basin and in the South Australian Gulf rose by over 3% in the past month. However, elsewhere, storage levels have been steady or reduced slightly after a dry couple of months. So, what will influence our climate in the coming months? Recent cooling in the eastern tropical Indian Ocean, the result of tropical cyclones and southerly winds, has reduced the likelihood of a negative Indian Ocean dipole developing during winter. However, cooling in the tropical Pacific Ocean may indicate the early stages of a La Niña event, which typically favours above average rainfall for large parts of Australia. About half the international models we survey suggest this cooling will continue, with La Niña forming in early spring. As a result, the ENSO Outlook dial has now moved to La Niña Watch. This means there's around a 50% chance of La Niña forming in 2020. That's about double the normal likelihood. However, recent dry conditions have been due to a positive phase of the Southern Annular Mode, or SAM. The positive SAM is likely to extend into the first half of July. This means that the July rainfall outlook is neutral or drier than average for much of the country. However, after the SAM pattern breaks down, the July to September outlook suggests above average rainfall will return through central regions of Australia, including parts of the northern Murray-Darling Basin. The streamflow outlook for June to August suggests mostly low and near median stream flows are likely at over half of locations. The forecast high flows are mainly expected in the southeast of the country. July to September daytime temperatures are very likely to remain warmer than average overall, despite the chance of more cloud in some areas. So in summary, July to September 2020 is likely to see above average rainfall through central parts of Australia, despite a dry start to July. Warmer than average days, medium to high stream flows, but only in southeast Australia, and the ENSO outlook has moved to La Niña watch. Thanks for joining us. You can find out more about our outlooks on our website. We'll see you next time.
Commissioners, Mr Glover will now attend to the tender of the materials for this segment of hearings.
Thank you.
Commissioners, as you are aware, the scenarios themselves were tendered on the 7th of July as exhibits 18.3.1 and 18.3.2. So I now tender the documents identified in the amended tender list as released to the parties with leave to appear. Those are intended exhibits numbers 23.1, 23.2 and 23.10. Those materials are at 23.1 documents relating to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service in the state of New South Wales, and at intended exhibit 23.2 documents relating to the Australian Capital Territory Emergency Services Agency in the Territory, and at intended exhibit 23.10 other materials. It's proposed to tender the balance of the materials for each jurisdiction as they give evidence.
Okay, so we'll take those documents 23.1, 23.2 and 23.10 all as marked as exhibits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, there will be a further tender of the state and territory materials, which is the balance of materials, as I've indicated over the last hearing week and this hearing week. That catch-up bundle has been diminishing as we bring each of those responses into the particular topics that we're addressing. Recovery, which was taken out of order last week, and response, which is being dealt with today, tomorrow and Friday.
Okay, thank you for that.
The witnesses from the state of New South Wales are timetabled for 11 a.m, so if we were able to take a short adjournment.
We'll take an adjournment until 11 a.m. Canberra time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise. Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, let's proceed, please.
Commissioners, I call Mr Rob Rogers, AFSM, Commissioner of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, Mr Gary Warboys, APM, Deputy Commissioner, New South Wales Police and State and Emergency Operation Controller, and Mr Shane Fitzsimmons, AFSM, Commissioner, Resilience New South Wales.
Commissioners, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you taking the time. Commissioner Fitzsimmons, seeing you in a suit is unusual, but thank you also for taking the time.
It's taking some adjustment, Commissioner, I can assure you.
I know how you feel. Yeah.
Each of the witnesses will take an oath.
Thank you. Mr Rogers, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr Warboys, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr Fitzsimmons, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fitzsimmons, I'll start with you if I may. You led the New South Wales Rural Fire Service during the unprecedented 2019-2020 bushfires. Reflecting on your time in that role, what were some of the key challenges in responding to that unprecedented event?
So I think it's fair to say that the season built in many ways, and particularly in relation to the drought, and it started very early on in the season. I think importantly to note, even though it turned out to be an unprecedented season in terms of weather, fire behaviour, and of course the widespread damage, destruction and tragedy, looking at the seasonal outlook for New South Wales in the 18-19 season compared to the 19-20 season, the outlook was almost identical in terms of depiction of where the above normal activity was expected to be. If anything, there was slight contractions of area into the 19-20 fire season. But I think the thing that we need to be mindful of is that the difference between the 18-19 and the 19-20 was that we had a further compounding effect of the drought circumstances that were providing an extraordinary moisture deficit across the landscape and therefore the vegetation. And indicatively, as we started into the period of 19-20, we were already seeing more than 1,000 fires a month during July and August. So accordingly, a number of things, apart from the firefighting activity, but a number of things had to be implemented earlier and at a more scalable fashion. So there was certainly a lot of the pre-season briefings that might normally be held in August or September leading into the statutory bushfire danger period. They were certainly brought forward to July. Additional aircraft, apart from our normal contracted arrangements and standby arrangements, were brought on earlier and in additional numbers. We were also working very closely with other government departments and local councils across New South Wales in relation to water management in light of the drought and water availability and the associated planning for water supplies and replenishments and what we would do once we started using water to support firefighting operations, particularly from the potential water sources or rural properties, farms and what have you. There was also water replacement arrangements put into effect there with the Department of Primary Industry, Local Land Services and others. There was a big focus on increasing and bolstering the focus around dry firefighting techniques, additional use of heavy plant, strengthening the numbers of heavy plant available, and more practical things for landholders were things like special permits for disposing of deceased livestock in order to be able to do those burns and those practices expeditiously rather than the normal waiting periods and what have you. In addition to that, we also did statewide training that we normally do each season, but we did media and public information training with media operatives and accredited an additional 400 personnel to help with the critical aspect of public information and warnings. But it was absolutely, notwithstanding the above normal conditions outlook, which were very similar to the year before, as the season unfolded and transpired, it turned out, as you say, Council, to be unprecedented in a number of ways. We saw an area burnt across New South Wales like we haven't seen before, particularly across the forested areas. And we saw a protracted nature of the fire season without any meaningful interruption from weather. And traditionally, there would be some break or some reprieve in the weather with frontal activity, shower activity, some rainfall in different parts, which would ameliorate some of the tension or some of the intensity and buy a little bit of time. We didn't see that this season. And as a matter of fact, where we did see frontal activity or movements across the state, we saw significant dry lightning storms, and considerable new ignitions at any one time. And I can recall during the season, as a community, we were being somewhat optimistic that we were down to 40-odd fires, and then less than 24 hours later, following a dry lightning storm, we were back to over 165. So the dryness in the landscape and the susceptibility of the vegetation to ignition was extraordinary. So the length and intensity of the season was a particular feature, and I think the Bureau of Meteorology identified that it was one of the latest, if not latest, onsets of monsoonal activity up in northern Australia, disrupting some of the hot air mass that was dominating over the country and driving a lot of our weather. We did see unprecedented fire danger ratings materialise in a number of areas, particularly our most populated centres around places like the Hunter, the Greater Sydney and the Illawarra Shoalhaven regions. We saw 17 fires concurrently at the emergency warning level in November, which we simply haven't seen before. And what we also identified through the season, because of the volatility and flammability of the fuels due to the moisture depletion and the very dry atmospheres, we saw fire behaviour, fire spread exceeding the latest available modelling and scientific procedures or techniques, as well as some of the best qualified fire science behavioural experts we have available in the country. And on a number of occasions, fire behaviour and fire spread exceeded well and truly the worst case scenario. And we saw fire behaviour at 2, 3 or 4 in the morning, the likes of which you might normally expect at 2, 3 or 4 in the afternoon, where traditional conditions are at their worst. The commitment of resources is something we haven't seen in New South Wales before. The amount of personnel deployed was quite extraordinary, and I think we were getting up close to about 200,000 firefighting shifts across the 11 to 12,000 fires throughout the season. We had an unprecedented level of interstate and overseas support coming into New South Wales, with every state and territory providing assistance across the country, as well as New Zealand, United States and Canada. And I think that numbered in the order of 6,500, organised through the National AFAC NRSC, National Resource Sharing Centre, as well as the routine cross-border arrangements where we were supporting one another in Queensland or ACT or Victoria, what have you. So the resources deployments were quite considerable. The aircraft, particularly, with the support of the New South Wales government 12 months or so prior to that, we were able to secure the procurement of our own dedicated large air tanker, which is the only one in by a jurisdiction. It arrived in July and was commissioned and available for tasking, I think, from early August. And the day it was available, it was tasked, not just here in New South Wales, but into supporting Queensland. So in order to prepare for the challenges with aircraft access in the large air tanker categories, particularly with the Northern Hemisphere competition and the earlier starts of the season, we were very fortunate to have our own dedicated machine here so early, albeit our normal fleet of 3 large air tankers, we increased to 5 this season in anticipation of the forecast conditions, and then there was others that were made available later in the season. Those aircraft, just the large air tankers alone, deployed over 1,700 missions and delivered over 24 million litres of suppressant across firegrounds. And all in all, there was over 2,500 aircraft taskings to support the men and women on the ground with the ground-based firefighting operations, firefighters, heavy plans, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, with the investment in firefighting and doing all you can with the firefighting arsenal, equipment and resources and strategy, the other critical aspect of a scale and complexity of firefighting under these conditions is public information and warnings. So there was a considerable parallel effort in getting information from the fireground, from communities, through the state centre, and converting that into public information and particularly warnings. And we ended up doing 9,000 or more updates on our RFS website. We affected 430 emergency alert campaigns, which is the use of the telephony system to provide warnings to people in geographic areas using landlines and mobile phones. And to the best of my knowledge, it's the only true intrusive tool that we have available to us as fire and emergency services to actually try and target people and get to people, short of knocking on doors or visiting properties and attending face-to-face. So we were using a variety of tools in the toolbox to help get information out. The Fires Near Me app was obviously an important product and tool to be used to support the information, and we had over 2.7 million downloads of the application during this season alone, and we identified just through the month of November that it was accessed over 30 million times. So public information and warnings was critically important, and we also stepped things up in terms of what we hadn't done before in terms of providing indications about what the predictive services team were indicating as to be the potential for fire spread and fire behaviour given the forecast conditions, and that allowed us to identify zones and prescribed actions and desired behaviours. Of course, throughout the season, we saw an unprecedented toll for New South Wales when it came to damage, destruction, despair and tragedy. And we talked about the nearly 2,500 homes, but also 26 lives were taken as a result of these fires. There were two in October, 7 in November, 5 in December, and 11 in January. But the coroner in New South Wales, post the fire event, identified another fatality as a result of lightning that they attributed to the fire event, and that added to the 26, and that was during January in the northern suburbs of Sydney. Of course, in the loss of life and the tragedy, we make particular mention of our 3 aviators that died when their large air tanker crashed down near Cooma, Captain Ian Macbeth, Paul Hudson and Richter Morgan Jr., and of course our 3 volunteers, two of whom lost their life in a tree falling accident in southwestern Sydney, Jeff Keaton and Andrew O'Dwyer, and of course Samuel McPaul, who, when his truck flipped over in an extreme weather event on the fireground, lost his life down near the Victorian border, near a place called Jingellic to the east of the Albury area on the southern border region there. So it was an extraordinary and unprecedented season in so many ways. Obviously, the indications were for above normal, but no one had the capacity to forecast and predict the extent and the scale to which weather and fire behaviour played out with the stretching of fire literally from the Queensland border all the way through to the Victorian border along the Great Dividing Range. The only good thing from a fire risk point of view leading into last season with the profound effect of the drought was that pretty much everything west of the Great Dividing Range, away from the timbered or the forested country, was so drought affected that there was no vegetation and therefore no fire fuel in western areas of New South Wales. So the concentration of focus centred along the Great Dividing Range. Throughout the season, we obviously scaled up and deployed a range of arrangements, both in a preemptive and in a responsive sense, depending on how the situation unfolded. And that was from the local deployment and management of resources through the state coordination and activation arrangements. And as we said earlier, the unprecedented utilisation of interstate, overseas and Commonwealth and ADF assistance coming to the aid of the people of New South Wales. I'll conclude there, Councillor, if that's enough.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitzsimmons. You've used the word unprecedented a number of times, and just want to reiterate for everyone that's watching, that's the reason we're here, because it's no longer unprecedented, and that's the reason the Royal Commission is looking at the high-level jurisdiction, the cooperation, and how we use these resources nationally to respond to future natural disasters that could be precedented. So, Ms Hogan-Doran. Yeah.
That's right, Commissioner, and with the benefit of the insights and the knowledge of people such as the witnesses we're hearing from this week.
Most definitely. Thank you.
Commissioner Fitzsimmons, I will return to you with a number of questions in the course of this morning. I will now turn to Deputy Commissioner Warboys. Since Christmas, you've held the role of New South Wales State Emergency Operations Controller. With bushfires, floods and COVID-19, what are some of the key challenges in coordinating the response to consecutive disasters?
Yeah, thanks, Council. I guess it's about maintaining the passion and the drive and the commitment throughout the SEMC to the combat agencies. So there's no doubt that it becomes a little tiring at times. Most of these people have other jobs in their agencies that they do, and at times of disaster, they're brought into the state emergency role at the CEOC, and indeed myself as the CEOCON taken away from policing duties as the CEOCON. The biggest challenge for me is to make sure that we continue to provide a very high level of support to combat agencies, and I guess complement what is essentially the overall goal, and that has to be about community safety. It has to be about good sense of sharing the load with combat agencies to make sure that people in New South Wales not only feel safe, but they are safe. So I think so often as a group of highly dedicated people in our respective roles and functions that we always have to turn ourselves back to why we turn up every single day, make the efforts that we do, and are highly motivated towards that. And that has to be driven by community safety, about doing our very best in the vast majority of situations for the vast majority of the people, and understand that we can't be 100% every single day to every single person, but we can get well above that 80% range. We can do the very best for the large or the very most amount of people. And I guess to finish, I just see so much of the work that we do always has to be referenced back to community safety, no matter how big or small that community is. And I think that's what provides the drive and stimulation for people in the State Emergency Management Committee, in the CEOC, here on a daily basis, whether it's supporting SES in the flooding situation, whether it's the Rural Fire Service with the season that we had, and of course now into COVID. There's a completely different emergency, but again you see many of the same faces here, Council, in this centre here at Homebush that are doing their very best. So whilst there's a whole range of other things that the CEOCON gets involved in, so much of it is just simply about motivating people and making sure that they're aware of why we turn up every day and support combat agencies like we do.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner. What I will do now is we need to pace through a number of documents. Can I have shown RCN 900 052 0005? What I'm showing now, gentlemen, is a diagram of the New South Wales Emergency Management Arrangements, the relationship of the agencies and the committees, and in a moment I'm going to show you another version, another derivative of that diagram. In the course of your response, Deputy Commissioner Wilboys, you referred to the State Emergency Management Committee, the CEOCON, which is the role that you presently fulfil. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And you can see here that the CEOCON is in both the planning and the operational phases. In the second diagram, or to the right-hand side of the diagram in the operational phase, today we are particularly focusing on response and the response phase, which is led by the CEOCON/Combat Agency. I'm going to come to Commissioner Rogers and then back to you, Deputy Commissioner Wilboys. Commissioner Rogers, you're the new agency lead of the Lead Combat Agency for Bushfires in New South Wales, the RFS, New South Wales RFS. How is emergency management coordinated between the four different firefighting combat agencies? And if we can just go to the next page, which is 0006. We can see in the response phase combat agencies and operations control, and there are a number of firefighting agencies in New South Wales. Number of agencies which have firefighting capabilities. So, returning to my question to you, Commissioner Rogers, as the lead agency and the leader of the lead agency, do you coordinate those different firefighting combat agencies?
Thanks, Council. So I guess there's a state bushfire plan, and which outlines the arrangements at a high level state capacity as far as how we look at that and manage them. But principally through the Rural Fires Act, there's also Section 44, which allows the Commissioner of the RFS to take charge of a fire. Now, when the Commissioner has taken charge of a fire, the Commissioner will appoint a person. Could be RFS, it could be another agent person, depending on the capability of people in that area where the fire is. And that person then takes charge of firefighting operations. But that person, irrespective of what agency they work for, is the appointee of the Commissioner. And as such, there's a clear line of accountability. It dissolves any boundaries between fire agencies and the like. So there becomes a single response. Public information, response, coordination arrangements. All the agencies come to the State Operations Centre. They're stood up there, so everybody gets all the information that we're disseminating on that fire, making sure there's good situational awareness. Then we obviously have the CEOCON who gets also involved in that. We disseminate information through the CEOCON and the CEOC through to all the agencies. So, and this is something that's been worked in New South Wales for some decades. It's not like a new practice. So I think it's also fair to say that all agencies in the state understand those arrangements and indeed work within those arrangements very well. So it's not about, obviously, it's about everybody working in a collective sense, as opposed to necessarily a dictatorial way. But at the end of the day, there is a clear line of accountability back to the Commissioner of the RFS for coordinating those firefighting efforts, particularly when you can start considering when something escalates into things impacting on communities. You've got a statutory responsibility on the RFS, wherever bushfires are in the state, about public warnings. And all of these things just simply go to reinforce the lead agency role of the RFS. But again, it's not the only agency, and we tend to try and use the skill sets of all the different firefighting agencies, or indeed other agencies that contribute that are not firefighting but play an equal role in ensuring that we coordinate and deliver the best services we can. So
Commissioner Rogers,
yes.
Sorry, I just lost you there. It was at the end of your response. I think what you've just told me is that there is, as a consequence of the Section 44 declaration, there is in a sense a simplified decision-making process, and there is not both just in a formal sense but in a practical sense, there is clarity in relation to the decision-making processes, and it may be that based on your experience, Commissioner Fitzsimmons, you're able to amplify that.
Yeah, I might, if you may, Council. So what the issues Rob was raising was in the Rural Fires Act, there is a whole provision in the Act around coordinated firefighting, recognising fire authorities in New South Wales, the Rural Fire Service, Fire and Rescue, National Parks and Forestry, and then a whole load of key organisations that have land management and fire management and emergency management responsibility. So the Rural Fires Act provides for the coordinated firefighting. Section 44 provisions are about coordinated fire management. The Section 44 provisions are around firefighting coordination, and the state fire plan reflects the coordinated firefighting policies, but are captured in the State Emergency and Rescue Management Act, or the SERM Act, and the state planning frameworks. And this diagram that you've got up in front of us at the moment is largely reflecting the principles of the SERM Act and the policy and planning arrangements in New South Wales, where depending on the disaster type or the hazard type, there are identified lead agencies to which they take responsibility for leading the response and coordination effort, depending on the scale and complexity of the event, and then all the other state organisations, agencies and community partners work with the CEACON and through to the lead agency to ensure that the collective effort across all of government, through government and up to the Commonwealth are incorporated into that firefighting or that disaster event, if that makes sense. So
Commissioner Fitzsimmons and also you, Commissioner Rogers, what is the value in the making of a Section 44 declaration?
The Section 44 declaration recognises, and it's a provision and authorities and powers in the Rural Fires Act, which recognises that circumstances are likely to exceed and be beyond the capability and capacities of the local authority or the local area. And through appointing the Section 44, it enacts the highest levels of coordination, multi-agency integration in management teams, planning and operational execution arrangements, tying back into the state equivalent of the multi-agency layer, to ensure that the resources, strategies and tactics necessary to deal with the event or the disaster, or in this case, the fire, are executed at the highest level possible.
I see.
So there is expeditious decision making and movement of resources and deployment of resources to that local area through the appointed incident controller and their incident management team.
That can be brought down, operator. I said something in my opening today about lessons management and about ensuring that the same mistakes aren't made twice, but also how to do things better in the future. How are lessons learned in one agency, one combat agency, shared with other combat agencies in New South Wales? And I might just focus on the firefighting combat agencies. Commissioner Rogers, you gave evidence last week that your background had been essentially as a Chief Operating Officer, if I can use it in a very colloquial sense. It had a number of different aspects to your previous role, and you're now in the role of leading the lead agency. So how are lessons learnt that are learned within the RFS then shared with the other fire combat agencies in New South Wales?
Well, after each major fire, local bushfire management committees, which involve all of the agencies, have debriefs. So it's multi-agency. So we tend to try and do all of those things in a multi-agency environment. And indeed, at the state level, when we do end of season debriefs, we also do those at a state level multi-agency sense, and we share the outcomes of those with all agencies, and that includes things like lessons learned. There's also the Commissioners Board that looks at things going forward. Things like agencies, what we're doing differently, what we've learned. So there's a lot of sharing of information. There's also, through Resilience New South Wales, a lessons learned framework that is established in a multi-agency sense. So there's a lot of sharing of experiences within New South Wales agencies.
Can I just ask you a question on something you said in passing? You talked about a Commissioners Board. What's the Commissioners Board and who serves upon it?
Board of Commissioners, sorry, it is. And it's basically got all of the emergency services commissioners. Mr. Warburg sits on it. It's chaired by Commissioner Fitzsimmons, and it basically operates as a board to make sure that there's a level of coordination at the highest level in going forward and making sure that initiatives that are being done by agencies are in keeping with government policies, and are sharing our experiences and trying to do things collectively as best we can.
Can I just have RCN 900 052 0005 put back up? I'll just seek some assistance from you, gentlemen, to tell me where that Commissioner Board sits within that planning and operational arrangement.
It's separate to that, Council. So the Board of Commissioners was instituted by a previous minister only in recent years to reflect more of the business as usual investment between the emergency service agencies as opposed to the emergency management collection of organisations right across government. So the lead emergency service organisations, RFS, SES, Fire and Rescue, we have also linked in with that the ambulance and the police. So it's actually about looking at broader policy issues, interoperability, business cases, investment strategies, shared challenges around collaborating on things like mental health and wellbeing strategies. It's that environment in the operating sense around the BAU. It augments the EM arrangements. It's separate to it.
I see. So it's not an operational body. It's not an operational decision-making body.
No, not at all.
I see.
Not at all.
I see. And all right, thank you for that clarification. Now, just one moment. Yeah, no, it's all right. Actually, Commissioner Fitzsimmons, I will just stay with you for a moment because it will, since we're getting clarity around the relationship of agencies and committees in both the emergency services and emergency management arrangements. Since 1 May 2020, you've now head Resilience New South Wales, and on Monday we heard from your deputy evidence that it had been rebadged from the Office of Emergency Management, but perhaps more importantly, repositioned within the Department of Premier and Cabinet. We heard the agency is focused on recovery and resilience, and from that I took it not response. Nonetheless, how are you bringing your knowledge and insights from your long experience with the RFS into this new agency, which is somewhat differently focused to the RFS's focus on preparation and response?
Yeah, thanks, Council. So, look, I did see the evidence earlier this week with my two staff. It is certainly more than just a rebranding. So the government has sought to establish a new agency, Resilience New South Wales. It's been created as an executive agency within the Department of Premier and Cabinet. At this stage, it has effectively absorbed the Office of Emergency Management and the bushfire recovery effort. I've been in the role now just over 2 months, obviously. We're going through a body of work right now to frame up and ratify the remit, the strategic plan and the resourcing and funding profile going forward. So it is a bit of a work in process, but in terms of a principle and guiding environment, it is absolutely with the role of the SERCON, the State Emergency Recovery Controller, there is an absolute emphasis on leading the state's recovery, rebuilding and healing efforts after disasters and preparing the state in terms of planning instruments and coordination of events. But we also have a role, resilience reports to the Premier, and it also reports to the Emergency Services Minister. So there is also a broader policy coordination role across the emergency services organisations, particularly around policy development, formulation, business cases and investment, which is akin to leading the Board of Commissioners that we referred to just moments ago, and I chair that Board of Commissioners now. There is also, in recognition of the unprecedented nature of this season, so too does that follow that there is an unprecedented and unparalleled level of response assistance to the recovery, rebuilding and healing. And that's actually been compounded, of course, in a lot of these communities that have been through the drought, the bushfires, some have had storms and floods, and now we're all affected by the COVID environment. So with my background in the emergency management area, it is absolutely about looking at tying those together, working with communities, non-government organisations, industry and business sector, across government, recognising that the former OEM and recovery teams as part of a big department are not lost in the machinery of government, but have reach across all those areas. It's actually about turning focus also into investment strategy and policy around building resilience, looking very much at the multi-hazard environment of the EM spectrum of PPRR, the planning, preparation, response and recovery, to ensure that we're investing and doing what we can in a planning and forecasting sense, mitigation, prevention, amelioration sense, of course the response as well as the recovery. So it is going to be about tying the conduits between how can we better engage and work with the Commonwealth around policy and strategy and mechanisms to ensure that the readiness and effectiveness of states and territories are better prepared and better able to respond to and manage disasters and events into the future. It's not just about the activation of emergency response efforts and resources in times of crisis. It's about being more proactive and considered than that. So it is certainly a broader remit, and that is being ratified through a body of work as we speak, Council.
Just so I can understand the way in which that body of work fits within the existing frameworks, can I have the emergency risk management framework brought up? I just realised I don't have the code. Just excuse me for a moment, gentlemen. I don't have the element code. Here we go. Can I have RCN 900 071 0013, which I think is going to be the right document. No, it's not the right document. RCN 900 071 0001. It's Exhibit 23.1.12, Commissioners. If we go to page 2 of that document, this is New South Wales Emergency Risk Management Framework, and there's what we're looking at now is the executive summary. And I'll have the operator, if you look at the second column and the second paragraph. So this is at July 2017. The existing culture of the emergency management sector is described as response-orientated rather than focused on proactively assessing and managing risk. There is recognition that this culture requires change to support a greater level of maturity and sophistication in the state's emergency risk management approach. If we could then go down 2 paragraphs. Having spoken about an integrated ERM framework to focus on enhancing risk-based decision-making and inform the allocation of resources, it notes that implementing an integrated risk management system will bring significant benefits at both state and local levels. So my first question is to try to get a sense of what is the status of the implementation of the integrated risk management system. Has it already occurred, and what you've just described, Commissioner Fitzsimmons, is an add-on to that, or is this part of an ongoing progression of enhancement?
It will be an ongoing enhancement to this, and it's certainly the focus. So there's been some work going on already around the capability framework, which is looking at a broader remit than the response focus areas, and Resilience New South Wales is certainly being framed up with a view to taking the lead on this whole of government approach to more visible, more agile, more relevant preparedness planning, resilience building, as well as the well-practiced response and recovery arrangements that have been in place for a long time.
So just going back to that earlier, if we just have the whole column shown, operator, noting the comments that were made in 2017 about the culture of the emergency management sector and that needing to change, how far along that cultural change process has, in your observation, the emergency management sector progressed since July 2017?
Look, I would say that it has progressed, like the rest of society and the EM sector more broadly. There is openly in this on planning and on investment up front around mitigation, prevention activities, education activities. The capability framework that we've adopted as a body of work in the last, I think it'll be 12 months or 18 months or so now as a state, it's starting to pull together instruments and guidance on how to better that. But obviously it's more work to do, which is part of the drive around forming Resilience New South Wales.
I understand. I'll just have Commissioner shown page 7, and it may be that we'll come back to you for some more detail about this subsequently to today. Page 7, what is identified there is a range of issues that have been identified, and it may be just too short notice to give you, to enable you to identify what is the status of the resolving those issues that are set out there. I think what you've told me is that the integration between risk assessment and agencies' capability planning is something that has been is captured, as I understand it, in the capability framework that's been developed. Is that right, Commissioner Fitzsimmons?
Yes, it does. And look, you'll have to excuse me because in my last couple of months, I haven't taken the time to read this document in detail, but I will be happy to get back to you. But what I am aware of is not only the capability framework's been developed, but also the lessons management framework, which is part of this narrative and part of this better documentation and articulation, but also community toolkits and working with local councils. And the government in recent years have formed joint organisations of councils to bring together greater collaboration and shared focus around how we identify hazards and stresses and emerging pressures in those areas, and what are the sorts of priorities around shared investment that would benefit communities, particularly in the natural disaster space, but not necessarily. So yes, there is. It's fair to say, in my couple of months, there's a work in progress here, and I would need to take the time to reflect on this document and update the detail.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. So
Yeah.
just that I have an understanding of this, you said before that distinction between the Commissioners' Board being ones of policy as opposed to the operational side, which of course you being a lead of a combat agency had more day-to-day responsibility for, is answering or responding to these issues that are identified in the state's risk management framework in 2017 matter that falls within the remit of that Board of Commissioners, or is it elsewhere?
It will principally be through the State Emergency Management Committee Council, and in my new role, I've also taken on the role of chairing the State Emergency Management Committee. So it will be about refocusing and sharpening the focus through the SEMC, which is the body that has in recent years had the former OEM and others build things like the documentation and the frameworks around capability, around lessons learned, and they've endorsed them and adopted them, and a number of those progressed through as recent as last year or the year before. So the SEMC is a principal body, but the Board of Commissioners will also, as appropriate, certainly be tied into this. But the Board of Commissioners is about how we ensure optimised efficiency and effectiveness between the emergency service agencies, particularly investment in day-to-day operation, BAU, investment strategies and those sorts of things. So there is a correlation, but the principal body where we take the whole of state emergency management, planning, investment, policy frameworks is through the SEMC, because it pulls together not just the emergency service agencies, but importantly, the other arms of government around regional services, agricultural services, health, the social welfare matters, investment, treasury, our partnership with the ADF. There's a whole bunch of much broader constituent players that sit around that table that have a very meaningful and primary role in a lot of the decisions around how we invest and how we build betterment up front when it comes to consideration of preventions and mitigants when it comes to disasters and disruptions.
Chair has a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Fitzsimmons, and it's a question that we ask across jurisdictions, because in this space a lot of the actions seem to take years to implement. And I appreciate we don't want to put you on a spot. You've been very busy out on the road trying to get into the job. But I'm assuming there's an implementation plan that was around this from July 2017 on. Was that implementation, A, is there an implementation plan? And B, was that in the previous organisation that you have now, or was it delegated somewhere else around the emergency area?
I'll take the details on notice there, Commissioner, but I'd proffer the suggestion that it certainly was with the former OEM role, but I'm not aware of the strategy or the implementation plan as such. But I can get back to you out of session if that helps.
No, that would help us understand, and more from a sense of what are the limitations in being able to do it, and if that's been a coordination issue or a jurisdictional issue where we can make recommendations to help, then that would help us understand the issues there.
And Commissioner, I would say, I in my discussions with the Premier and the Minister and the Secretary of the Public Service, the Premier and Cabinet. The creation of Resilience New South Wales is actually part of the remit is certainly accelerating and bringing to fruition a number of these sorts of programs and strategies that are afoot.
No, I can understand that. What we will do is we will give you another notice just to try and clarify that for us. But thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yes, we'll take a list out of any follow-ups for today, Chair, and follow up that with you and with the State of New South Wales. I might, having regard to the time, just turn to a couple of aspects or themes that are drawn out by the scenarios. So I think some of these will be directed to you, Commissioner Rogers, and to the extent others are able to assist. If we can go to the scenario response to the State of New South Wales, which is RFS 004 001 0001, and we'll see that in the first question, it proceeds from a circumstance in where the fires have continued to stretch local and state firefighting resources, including personnel and equipment, and that New South Wales has formed the view that the current and predicted situation is beyond the jurisdiction's resources and capability and decides to request assistance. So we're at that point where it's exhausted in essence, based on those assessments of the current and predicted situation. First of all, I want to understand how it is that the State of New South Wales forms a view as to the current and predicted situation. That is, how do you assess the risk for your capability in planning, in particular the natural hazard risk of bushfire? I imagine it includes the weather and context and the seasonal outlook, and we've heard some detail from Commissioner Fitzsimmons, and also I referred to the most recent seasonal outlook in our opening this morning. But I also want to have an understanding, particularly from you, Commissioner Rogers, particularly having regard to your prior role before assuming the leadership of this combat agency, is how would your hazard reduction activities and your fuel load observations inform your assessment of the situation? And how would you incorporate that in that risk assessment process?
Well, I think there's several parts to that, because each bushfire management committee around the state will look at on a dynamic basis as well as a 5-year basis their ongoing risk, and that risk is basically the state of the vegetation, how long since it's burnt, and then obviously what mitigation measures need to be taken to alleviate that risk. And that can be burning, that can be creation of asset protection zones, that can be community education. There's a whole range of things that can be done. And so that very much informs locally what the priorities are and the risks that they're facing. From our point of view, in a multi-agency sense, we try and the management of local risk should be done as close to the area that the risk resides as possible, and that's in our sense is those local bushfire management committees. So, and that again has all of the agencies, the supporting functional areas involved. So everybody there becomes aware of the current risk and the projected risk. We then look at that. Sorry.
No. I was just going to ask you something. It will be, gentlemen, I'll be assisted if I can take your answers in shorter bites going forward, because there are going to be points of clarification that I need to follow up, and because there are particular aspects of the response that I am seeking to assist the commissioners by getting clarity or some amplification of parts of this scenario response, so that they have an ability, open to them the ability to compare it across the jurisdictions. So you just said a moment ago, Commissioner Rogers, that you were talking about the dynamic and a 5-year based assessment of the bushfire risk, having regard to what mitigation controls have been undertaken, for example, prescribed burning and zone designations and community education. You mentioned 5 years, and in the response we can see that the information provided by the incident management teams, which as I understand it is that local level decision-making group, is as to their short-term, medium-term and long-term resource requirements. You've mentioned 5 years. Which of those 3 horizons is 5 years? So is medium-term 5 years, or is long-term 5 years? I'm just trying to get a sense of to what extent is this a formalised process, so that each local management group is applying the same kinds of decision-making processes within their organisation.
I might just clarify, if I can, Council, is that the context to which I took your first question is about going into a season, right, and the level in a season. And so the 5 year is a risk management plan that people work towards against mitigating risk, because if you recall, you mentioned hazard reduction, things like that. So that was the context of the answer, as opposed to the scenarios is where there's an actual fire burning.
I see.
And you've got a fire, and the local and the incident management team is dealing with a fire. So I may have confused the issue there.
No, I suspect I jumped ahead and conflated the 2 prongs that I was seeking to explore. The first prong, of course, being the assessment of the predicted situation, and the second being which is addressed in the written response, which is the assessment of the resources that would be needed to meet that situation.
And I think, Council, if I may, the issue of hazard reduction or fuel load, it's actually it's a dynamic assessment done at the local level. We also look at it at a state level, where you get an appreciation of the fuel load based on periods of time since burnt, and how how well or otherwise APZs might exist around properties and how well prepared properties might appear, that sort of thing. What we did find during this season, given the conditions, was that the effective mitigation and hazard reduction, particularly when we were operating in severe, extreme and catastrophic weather conditions, their effectiveness dissipates the higher up the fire danger rating and behaviour scenarios. So generally speaking, the most effective hazard reduction activity, particularly burnt area, is at its best within 12 months to 2 years. And then in those more severe and extreme and catastrophic conditions, it really dissipates thereafter. And we saw a lot of these fires burning through areas that were only burnt or hazard reduced in recent years. But when the conditions weren't up at that upper end of the fire danger rating area, then obviously hazard reduction and other mitigants have a much more effective when it comes to suppression options and slowing fire behaviour and fire intensity down. It's one factor that's factored into strategy options and therefore resource requirements and commitments and deployments.
I see. So it's a factor that, or an integer that informs both the assessment of the situation, the assessment of the resources that are being used and their capability or capacity in addressing this current and predicted situation, and then what you might need to do for the future.
Well, I would just modify that slightly by saying, yes, it gives you an indication about what you might expect, but then that will determine then what your strategy options might be in dealing with that potential, and then that triggers what your resourcing options might be in order to implement those strategies.
In the answer here, where an assessment is being undertaken by the incident management teams for each fire as to their short-term, medium-term and long-term resource commitments, and then that is fed up ultimately to the State Operations Controller in conjunction with those people nominated in the first paragraph. What's the tempo of that information flow from those incident management teams to the ultimate decision maker who will make an assessment of the resources being in a position about to be exhausted?
Well, it'll depend on obviously the criticality of the resource request. We have areas within our State Operations Centre that are looking after a geographic area and incident teams within that area, and basically their role is to obtain from all the fires that they're managing, the IMTs within that, they're not managing the fires, the incident management teams that they're servicing in the area, is to understand the resource requirements, both short-term and longer-term resource requirements, prioritise them, and then with the State Operations Controller, that becomes and forms a statewide view, and that then informs us as far as things, even on a daily basis, we will reassess the need for aviation assets on a daily basis, because that can change. Yep. Even though a fire may be burning in a predictable path, it may be approaching critical parts where it's going to impact more on communities, which may necessitate reallocation of aviation resources, even not even just on a daily basis. It could be on an hourly basis, depending on the tempo of activity. So it can happen very frequently. But even if everything's quite benign, as far as they're into like more campaign, not imminent property threat, then that is at least done daily.
And I might add,
just before you do, just a moment, just before you do, because you may be able, both of you may be able to assist me, is the request for assistance, that assessment of resources and request for assistance reactive? That is, they come to you, or is part of the tempo of information sharing going out and essentially surveying the position of resourcing and triggering a local area assessment?
Yes and yes.
It's both. And I'll just give you a little bit of context. So circumstances can happen during a shift where a fire does something unpredictable. It jumps a containment line. It suddenly takes an unexpected run. So that could necessitate diversion of both ground and air resources. But also each shift, there's a planning cell that's developing an incident action plan, and that's forecasting the plan of operations for the next shift and also the resources that are required to execute that plan. So it is and can be and is both.
Thank you.
And to add to that,
Show the second page.
if you look at the state level, the strategic level of control and coordination and resource contemplation occurs at the state level, and the operational and tactical levels. Tactical certainly is through the IMT, but if you look at an IMT perspective, they will have strategic contemplations and local tactical. But the short-term resourcing is now and over the coming days. Medium-term resourcing is usually, beyond a few days and into a few weeks, and then the more strategic resourcing is looking at, over the coming weeks and months. So that's a general guidance. And what I would also say is, when you look at things like the video you played right at the outset, when you're talking about the next 3 months, it is a forecast. It's an indication of what might happen. It's not absolute. So there's a lot that goes into when you're engaging particularly high-cost assets and resources, and where there's a big logistical tail, often engaging some of these high-capacity assets from overseas, it can take weeks or months to secure their arrival. So forecasting and planning ahead what the season might be, what the risk might be in weeks or months, given the traditional seasonality of our weather, is quite problematic.
When, if we could just go to the second page, which continues the answer to question 1. Operator, just at the top there. The answer ends with the paragraph, part of the evaluation process is to determine if there's an appropriate commercial option available to meet the need. This process occurs rapidly and relies heavily on the advice of the combat agency. What does it mean to determine if there's an appropriate commercial option available? Are you talking private firefighters or some other kind of private sector source of capability?
I think that's more targeted at the ADF.
Yeah,
it's
so
the ADF component of that, Council, I would suggest. And part of the DAC request process is to consider whether we've exhausted state and potential commercial options before we request assistance from the ADF. And I think that I believe that's what that comment refers to.
It would, and as you can see in this, we don't break it down into 3 columns. It's going across the 3 columns.
Yeah. So, I see. Just for clarity, what are the appropriate commercial? So, what are the potentially appropriate commercial options that are contemplated in that answer?
Yeah. So not as per the suggestion you made about paying private firefighters, but when we're talking about resources, because the scenario was resources are about to be exhausted, so it's not just firefighters. It's all manner of other things. It can be everything from logistics support, fueling, transport, accommodation, catering. It can be all manner of things. It can be heavy machinery. It can be anything. So that's why we've got to make sure we're reaching right across government and the private sector, because there's a requirement on us as a jurisdiction, if ever we're seeking support of the Commonwealth and the ADF, that we must demonstrate how we have exhausted all other civilian resources, whether they're government or contracted.
All right. And that reflects the fact that the states and territories have the primary responsibility for managing the response to a natural disaster. Correct. And then I understand. Thank you for that clarification. Now, in relation to the second question, how's the decision to seek assistance made and who makes that decision? Now, when we take in, it's going to be hard to show on the screen, but I hope you gentlemen have got the hard copies with you. The answer actually goes across the page. As I understand that the way these answers are given, it is that the lead combat agency, which in this case will be the New South Wales RFS Commissioner as the leader of that lead agency, is the person who will make decisions in relation to requesting interstate resources, but that the person who has responsibility for decision, or in the sense as the authorising officer for calling in Commonwealth assistance, is the CEOCON. Am I right in understanding that those I appreciate there's collaboration and I appreciate that there would be discussion, but ultimately the person who has the responsibility to authorise or make the decision and authorise either seeking interstate assistance or seeking Commonwealth assistance are potentially two different people?
Yeah, that's correct, because the seeking of assistance from the Commonwealth is defined by the DAC arrangements that are reinforced each year, and whereas the other arrangements we've got in place, whether it's around Australia or overseas, the Commissioner is authorised and has delegation to expend funds to do whatever is considered appropriate to secure resources and assistance to the state.
All right. Is because they're different people who, under the two different systems, are the person responsible for making that authorisation to seek that particular kind of assistance, because they're two different people, is that what's driving the need to have this close collaboration that's described in the response for at least the process for seeking assistance from other jurisdictions? Because although it's initiated by the New South Wales RFS State Operations Controller provides the recommendation to the RFS Commissioner, it's potentially the other way around when contemplating Commonwealth resources assistance.
Yeah, but I think that's, it's logical. If I could maybe just put it in the context of the interstate assistance can be obviously through the NRSC, or it could be simply making a phone call to adjoining jurisdiction equivalent chief officer or commissioner and saying, we need something in the next couple of hours.
On
Can
a
you send
bilateral.
it? Yeah, and that happened a number of times in the last fire season. But that's not something that you would, because normally it's normally a firefighting resource. So it's really contributing to the firefighting effort directly, if I might put it that way. Whereas when we're talking about the ADF resources, you're talking about for all those other things that Commissioner Fitzsimmons mentioned that are complementary things, and they're indirect support to the firefighting effort, if I might put it that way. Gary, did you have anything else?
Yeah, certainly, Council. The DAC request, as it's referred to, is signed off by the CEOCON in the New South Wales arrangements, and very much that is about a process whereby, in this case, the lead of a combat agency would have a discussion or a number of discussions with the CEOCON around the exhausting or the discrete need of a particular service that ADF might have that others don't. And of course, just to put some context around that, this season we were looking at aviation, for example. From my perspective, we were able to engage the police air wing for a number of things instead of putting all that together in a DAC request for defence. So, there's any amount of opportunity for the CEOCON to discuss with a combat agency when they put up a DAC request to see whether we can do that from within the state. This fire season, we housed interstate firefighters at the New South Wales Police Academy at Goulburn, where we might have done that through the help of Defence and some of their arrangements. So we're certainly on every occasion as the CEOCON looking at opportunities to work within what we have in the state. But of course, when the opportunity is exhausted in the state, well, then the DAC request is formulated at the CEOC. It's signed by the CEOCON and goes to Emergency Management Australia for then the process across to Defence.
Is it necessary or a requirement of the ComDis plan or the DAC arrangements that it be the CEOCON who is the relevant or the designated decision maker?
No, that's a state arrangement.
I see. All right.
We do that. That's based on tradition, Council, to make sure we don't have ad hocery from different areas, that there's actually a way to validate and legitimise such a request going through to the Commonwealth.
I see,
And I think
because otherwise it would be a different combat agency who happens to be appointed the lead combat agency for the particular natural disaster or natural hazard that's being addressed in your emergency response, and they might all have different ways in which they might otherwise seek to engage with the Commonwealth. Is that right? That a fair summary?
Yeah, I think, Councillor, it is a fair summary. The CEACON, in that controlling aspect or that liaison role, has the ear of any number of other combat agencies and functional areas. So, I guess from a combat agency perspective, that discussion with the CEACON just allows everyone to take a breath and make sure that the request that's going up is legitimate and timely about what's required.
And I think, Council, the important thing is, and we're looking at this season and these scenarios, when we have fires of this scale, all combat agencies, all functional areas of government, all the SEMC constituent players, the CEACON and their team are all present in the one centre. So this is a very live and dynamic contemplation or discussion that takes place before requests are ratified and then formalised and processed.
We've identified, you've all assisted me in identifying for the commissioners where the responsibility lies in terms of the decision-making process for the activation of interstate and Commonwealth assistance. What accountability arrangements sit around that responsibility, that allocation of decision-making? So what if one person, if ultimately the person decides not to seek assistance or to seek assistance over the objection or the input of the relevant combat agency or alternatively the CEACON, how does that play out?
I'm not aware of an experience with fire where through the process our decision to make a request for the Commonwealth has not been one of consensus. So the process of collaboration is to ensure that we've exhausted all of our. I mean, I can reflect on some examples in New South Wales in other hazards where there's been some announcements or some publicity around the idea that we're going to access Commonwealth resources, but it hadn't actually gone through the process yet, and there was no need to do that because there were other alternatives available in the state. So the idea of having the CEACON there is to ensure that the request is valid and that we're in keeping with the DAC guidelines and arrangements when we're making those requests.
Chair, you've got a question.
Just a question. Commissioner Fitzsimmons would probably be the best one with your experience. So the way that's described at the moment, it's a push. So the RFS Commissioner or the SES or whoever pushes up the request, and I guess Assistant Commissioner can answer the question, is there ever a point where the CEACON's looking across all this and goes, before that comes up, we're about to use all our assets because there's other emergencies running, and works back down to try and get the pull of the requests? Does that make sense? So
yes, no, that's right. So sorry, I thought I was clear. So it's actually often about the related and complementary and support functions in response to the firefighting effort in our case.
Yeah.
So often the need for additional resource will come from our IMTs because they're looking at certain resource requirements. Gary, in his CEACON role, will be leading all the functional area support to the firefighting effort. So often Gary and myself will talk and he'll say, well, in logistics, I'm looking at this and I think it's time to do that. So we will talk together about what is needed to support the firefighting effort or the broader campaign. That's at the state level. When we had the sort of scale we had, it's almost like a theatre operation, Commissioner, where you've got theatre command at the state level and area command at the IMT level or the local level. So being able to tie that together and have that counsel and collaboration between the CEACON and the lead agency, when we post that request, it's actually for the effort, not just for the one agency.
No, thanks for that. You've answered the question on it's a push and pull system.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just while we have this up, although it's also contemplated by a part of a subsequent answer, we can see here that it's assumed in answering the question that it was not contemplating that the fires were burning near or across borders. I want you to assume that that's not the case, or to add that in as a complication, that is that the fires will burn or may burn near or across borders. In an answer to question 3, you refer to the system being supplemented by local cross-border arrangements under which incident controllers can request routine or small-scale cross-border support for fires burning near or across borders. If you could just expand on what are the cross-border arrangements that would be relevant to decision-making in relation to seeking cross-border assistance or other interstate or international assistance in this scenario circumstance?
Where the fire is either burning or likely to burn across a border, normally there'll be an incident management team stood up on the other side, because the threat and hazard may be different on different sides of the border. And if I use an example of a fire burning on the southern part of New South Wales under a typically difficult nor'westerly near the Victorian border, the hazard may be more in Victoria, and the flank of the fire indeed may be more of the threat in New South Wales, and not quite the level of threat. So quite rightly, they'll each have an incident management team stood up to look at the threats within their particular jurisdiction. Normally, there'll be a liaison officer from each state or territory that will be placed in each incident management team to ensure that there's complementary planning, there's sharing of plans, there's discussions between the planning cells to ensure that the plans that are being developed are complementary and obviously are not at purposes with each other, and obviously the discussion on prioritisation of resources, irrespective of where that happens to be, which side of the border, occurs regularly. And I think there was numerous examples of that in both the Victorian New South Wales border and the Queensland New South Wales border, and indeed the ACT during this last fire season, whereas whether it be aviation resources under the control of New South Wales or indeed other jurisdictions, and there was numerous times where we sent resources, aviation resources to Queensland, even though we had our own fires. But conversely, Victoria sent resources into New South Wales when they still had their own fires. And there's very much where we've got a shared threat, there's very much that discussion across the incident management teams and indeed at the state level to ensure that we're thinking about who has got the biggest threat to life and property at that time, irrespective of which state they happen to live in.
You've spoken about the placement of a liaison officer in each IMT. Given the experience of the last fire season, has there been any contemplation from a practical sense of establishing for the future joint or integrated incident management teams between adjoining states in order to manage a shared threat? Or is that practically just not possible, given the way in which you're structured, or the capabilities or resources that you have available to you, to the different combat agencies in different states and territories?
I think having people from each jurisdiction working in the IMTs is fine, but at the end of the day, the legal jurisdiction for a fire, the plan for that fire, the consequence of that fire rests with states and territories. And I think, going back to that example I gave at first, where a fire is unlikely to pose it's possible, but it's unlikely to pose exactly the same threat to different jurisdictions. There will be very much a bespoke response required for each part of that fire. And even when there's, I mean, we even found when there was fires in New South Wales that were burning from the west of the ranges to the east of the ranges, we found that it became quite difficult to get community messaging where you've got a fire that's going so big. And we ended up splitting fires into smaller fires so that we could target our communications to local communities. So I think in answer, apart from the legal requirements, but also ensuring that our messaging is very focused on the people that are most affected, could be compromised by having incident management teams that were too big and looking at fires that are simply too large.
Has it ever been? Has that conclusion ever been tested, for example, by a joint exercise in which you've got joint or integrated incident management teams?
I think I don't know what you mean by joint. So we do have interstate people on interstate IMTs. Mm-hmm. So in effect, there's some joint or
integration
or cross crewing. If I may, that's right. There is some integration and cross crewing, but at the end of the day, the jurisdiction takes responsibility for determining the strategy and the operations and the deployment of what's occurring in their area. They need to. And the same thing occurs at a state level. So when we've got those resources across borders, and particularly where we might have an active fire burning on both sides, we ensure that there is synergy, as Rob indicated, to ensure that the strategies are not competing, that they're complementary, that we understand the objectives, the resourcing requirements, and we share those resources across the border and understand who's getting what and what they're going to be focused on and what their priorities are, whether that's stuff on the ground or whether it's resources in the air. And we maintain that dialogue too at the state level to ensure that the state centres, the state air desks and the state commissioners are comfortable with the workings of those cross-border IMTs and operations, if that makes sense.
I do. Thank you. Now, excuse me one moment, gentlemen. When those, one of the aspects of the question I asked a moment ago was about joint exercises, and I mentioned that in the opening. There was some evidence earlier this week, could have been last week, about joint exercises between New South Wales and Victoria. And there had been a planned exercise for 2020 in relation to bushfires, but of course you've got the deep experience and unfortunate experience of the most recent bushfire season to draw on. To what extent, when you do these joint exercises, or in those joint exercises, do you have these other people placed into it, or are they just into the incident management team, or is it just done on a aligned basis?
Say that again, just clarify that question at the end.
There was probably a better way of putting it. Thank you, Chair. I was asking a question in relation to exercises. I think you told me about what the practice. I was trying to just get a sense of, do you exercise on a joint basis that looks to test the integration, whether you can have more integration beyond just having a liaison officer?
So there's exercising and training. So particularly at the incident controller and we do a lot of multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional training through the incident management, and we subscribe through the National AFAC Centre, the professionalisation scheme, which is really important, where we're recognising competence and skills. But then a lot of those cross-border exercises and arrangements it's about practising strategies and tactics and effects, but importantly it's also about personalities, connections, familiarity, relationships that are being built and understanding that's being built across those border zones.
It also, I might just add that there's a difference between, I guess, integrating an incident management team to be operating across borders, state borders, and integrating the people in the team. Mm-hmm. So there's numerous examples of, throughout this season, for example, we've had
Americans, Canadians, New Zealanders, Victorians, South Australians, wherever they came from, who have formed part of our incident management teams. Indeed, when we lost our firefighter in the southern part of the state for a whole shift, we had a CFA person was an incident controller for us for the night, because they kindly agreed to fulfil that role while our local IMT were pretty obviously distraught with what had happened. So the people working on it is not an issue. That's simply a matter of competence, which I'm very comfortable with across the country. There's a high level of competence, and there's a commonality of standard of training across the country, and indeed internationally. Our people work very well overseas, or indeed the overseas people work very well here. The systems are complementary. But when you're talking about an incident management team, there still is a legal requirement for the state or territory that has the fire burning in their area are ultimately legally responsible for that. So accountable. And accountable, particularly to the government and the people of that state. So I don't quite understand how you would have an integrated incident management team that was dealing with fires across multiple states.
All right. Can I just ask you some... Sorry, yes, please, Commissioner Worboys.
Yeah, thank you. I think in recent times we've really brought on the value of liaison officers. So I think it would be fair to say in times gone by, a liaison officer didn't have the level of decision making or the awareness at a higher level, and they were pretty much put into to other jurisdictions to collect information or simply be a part of the process. The role of a liaison officer now has, I think, taken a quantum leap in being at the level required, being able to make some decisions for their agency and, in fact, import the information that's required from their own agency. So I think sometimes we sort of the term liaison officer is probably undervalues where we're at now with that particular position. And the other thing that I would say is that the role of the border in any of these emergencies, or whether they be localised or at state level, it seems a reasonable conclusion to say that we integrate a team together and operate across. But both commissioners have made it very clear how difficult that is in terms of your own state's policy, legislation and so forth. And then what sometimes people forget is all we then do is create, in essence, another border further east or south or north of what is a guaranteed line in the sand where we all know how we should operate from.
Thank you for that amplification, Commissioner Worboys. Can I just ask a couple of mechanical questions? On the procedures for resource sharing, both as a sending jurisdiction and a receiving jurisdiction, to what extent does New South Wales maintain a register and track its deployable personnel and deployable equipment? That is, what sense do you have at any given time as to the capability that's available to you and might need to be supplemented?
We keep, like for things, say, for example, on our ability to provide overseas resources in any given year, that comes out to each jurisdiction, and we commit that level of resourcing that is available. So we'll do that. Also, through the NRSC, there's an indication of what capacity we have at any one. And indeed, during this last fire season, there was a system, and I don't have the details of it here, but the system very much saying whether you're in a position to provide assistance or whether you're fully committed. And it was like a traffic light system that was in place for each state and territory. So and there's a difference between providing assistance on a border where you've got resources close to a border on a routine response, which happens every week. There's assistance provided by Queensland into New South Wales and ACT and Victoria
There's routine, which comes back a little bit to that cross-border exercising. There's routine responses by each of the states and territories into each jurisdiction where they can provide that initial servicing. But where you're talking about a more formal projection of resources into a state or territory, then that becomes something that obviously we maintain an understanding, but that is really dynamic and that can change very quickly. It only takes one bad day of fires to completely rewrite what we have available. So whilst we do have that understanding in a general sense, it's very much a dynamic thing that's done on a daily basis.
Just so can I get clarity, is there a register of deployable personnel and equipment that is maintained?
It's not a register of individuals. It's it is an understanding of our capacity to assist, and that because it's not so much of individuals, because it'll depend where it is and the type of
how long they're going to be away for.
How long? There's so many different parameters that we would factor in, but we understand that we'd be in a position to supply 5 strike teams, 10 strike teams, a number of aircraft. So we keep that as an understanding, but it's not a formal register per se.
And Council, if I may, I can't say we anymore. The RFS. The RFS does seasonally do expressions of interest to members to determine their interest and availability to help internationally, for example. So often international deployments can be 4 to 6 weeks at a time. So we do adjust that each year because there's requirements around medicals and physical pack test, performance assessments, those sorts of things. And we do at a national level, and the state contributes to having an understanding of the sorts of inventory capability that might be deployable interstate. And it really was part of the foundation work of the assistance framework that we established at the NRSC. So there is a register of sorts, but we need to be very careful in assuming that register is the absolute, because depending on what unfolds and depending on the gravity of the situation, particularly given that the Fire and Emergency Service workforce across the country is around 90% volunteer, there are all sorts of nuances attached to availability and commitments, and whilst they can respond and mobilise very quickly for a week at a time, like nobody else, it's also about how visible the threat is, how visible the disaster is, and ironically, the more pressing the challenges are, the more available people tend to be, because employers will say to volunteers, what are you doing here? Why aren't you out committing to helping? So there's all sorts of things that come into play when it determines what we can do and what we can supply as collective agencies. And as Rob indicated, it also depends on your prevailing and forecast threat at the time, what you're willing to commit without denuding your ability to maintain a level of fire and emergency cover domestically.
To what extent do you assume, I appreciate what you say in relation to the difficulties. I think what you're saying is that there are some difficulties or limitations in being able to track the availability of volunteers to supplement the work being done by paid firefighters or those that have already been deployed from interstate. But to what extent do you assume that availability when you are assessing the status of your internal resources and then making the judgment to need to either go interstate, internationally, or to the Commonwealth?
We have a high degree of confidence in assuming what we've got available at any given time based on historical practice and procedure. And when we are contemplating the mobilisation of strike teams and resources, particularly if there's timing attached to that, like you're expecting the resources to go in a few days, we actually survey and communicate with the members to determine availability. Often, invariably, there are more people willing to commit to deployments than there are positions available to be deployed. So, in a fire sense, it's a nice problem to have from time to time. But our biggest disappointment to members wanting to contribute is that we need people to stay in their home patch to ensure we've got a capacity to respond should anything new break out in those local areas as well. So it is it is about judgment and ensuring that we maintain the capacity to address risk, while at the same time, and Council, we spoke briefly yesterday, but you might recall some of the cost meetings and the teleconferences that we had from time to time. It's actually about taking a pulse, if you like, or getting an understanding through a register of the sorts of pressures and complexities that jurisdictions are having, and therefore what their capacity is to commit now and to maintain that commitment into the future. And we end up creating things like thematic maps and those sorts of things to get an appreciation of how different jurisdictions are going in regard to that reciprocal assistance arrangement.
So just focusing within New South Wales, to what extent in long campaigns, based on what you learnt from the past fire season, in long campaigns, how do you take into account or make contingencies for fatigue of volunteers, or the need for volunteers to need to return because they've just been gone for too long? Is that formally being incorporated in your resource planning?
Yes, it is. So we have fatigue management guidelines. The RFS has fatigue management guidelines, and when it comes to interstate deployments, the parameters are really clear around rotations. So there's typically 5-day rotations, travel there, 3-day commitment, travel home. There is some variation on that depending on whether it's day shift deployments, night shift deployments. So fatigue management guidelines, health and safety, welfare issues are fundamental to determining that sort of strategy, having breaks before redeployment. And a lot of it comes down to individual availabilities and sharing the load.
I think the other thing that just go on a little bit from the last point is we've also recognised that the availability and projecting availability is something that we need to build on what we've done historically, and we've just engaged with a company to provide an availability app that a lot of our locals use anyway, that we're going to have across the whole agency, that people on their phone will be able to indicate their availability projected in the forward, potentially for overseas or interstate or within the New South Wales parameter, their availability. And that will obviously also build into systems to track people's, how much they've worked over a given season, and ensuring that we're better able to focus on their fatigue levels, because that is something that we're very acutely aware of. And whilst we do have policies in place, we've also got to have systems to make sure that we're monitoring compliance with that policy.
And I think, Council, that's one of the big lessons we had out of this season was our resource tracking systems are rudimentary, and they need to be more sophisticated and more mature into the future. And that's going to be part of the strategy going forward, to identify an appropriate tool or system that can help us identify and map and track resources, particularly in a multi-agency environment, because it's not just the RFS resources that we're committing to these fires. It's a genuine multi-agency environment.
That availability of an app like that, I assume, will also enable you to have much more immediate information rather than you needing to go out and survey and get those EOIs and all that kind of potential delay in what may be very near-time decision-making requirements. In relation, do you know if that kind of technology is being used by any of your equivalents in other states and territories or internationally?
I don't know.
Not corporatised.
I don't think in a corporate sense, but the application that we and the contract we've signed is with a company called Emerge, and it's called the BART application, and it's being used a lot within New South Wales by local brigades who have, on their own initiative, signed up to that, and that's been part of a competitive tender process that we've now signed up to. So we're now looking at implementing that. And over the next year or so, we'll look at building that into our systems, and I think it'll be a very good tool for us going forward.
Commissioner Worboys, the SES has a very large volunteer body that it draws on to assist it responding to emergencies such as floods and evacuations and the other kinds of natural disasters. To what extent, how does it deal with longer term calls on its volunteer body?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Fitzsimmons may have a more comprehensive answer, but certainly I don't think what the commissioners have said in terms of the lack of a piece of technology that at the press of a button, for instance, every day tells you where your resources are, particularly human-wise. I think SES are pretty much in the same boat. You know, like people need to. This volunteer workforce is something that can be very fragile at times, as much as it's also very rewarding for the people and the organisations to deploy them. They do have other commitments in communities, and as we've also seen at times of greatest need, some of those people have homes and families that actually live in the disaster zone. But I'll let Mr. Fitzsimmons.
And look, I'll just echo Gary's comments that the SES were operating somewhat similarly to the RFS in terms of resources, and the SES partnered with the RFS in determining the criteria and the specifications for the app that we went to market for. So there was a partnership there to seek to leverage. And just to go full circle, if I may, Council, it's an example of one of those investment strategies and contemplations that we talk through at the Board of Commissioners.
I see.
In terms of how we can enhance the agency. So it's that sort of operational stuff, if you like, that business stuff that we talked about through the Board of Commissioners previously.
Commissioners, I have two substantive topics I need to still address. There's also a myriad of other things I could ask them, but I will focus.
We'll go to the substantive topics, yes.
All right. First, I want to ask you, I want you to assume that everyone is facing their resource constraints in this scenario. That is, each of your fellow states and territories have got this problem. And so that if you put out a request to another state, you're going to be met with a response, I'm sorry, we've got nothing to offer. How do you then manage or coordinate your response internally to deal with the inability to access supplementary resources?
You go.
I think it's really very much, you cut the cloth to short. We will then look within the state what our highest priority fires are, and our ones that, whilst we might have, and we did this throughout this last season numerous times, where we might have fires that are burning quite aggressively, but they're not an imminent threat to life and property. So we'll pull resources off those fires and put them where there's a biggest need as far as protecting people and property. So we do that, as I mentioned before, on a dynamic basis. We continue to do that. We very much prioritise what we have, what we can deploy for the next shift, and that will probably change significantly the shift after, or indeed the same day. There's been times where we've moved trucks around and then suddenly something else starts up and we have to move them back. And I use an example of when we, and I can't remember the dates for the life of me, but where we had significant threats both in the South Coast, in the southwestern Sydney. We still had fires burning in the Hawkesbury, extending into the Central Coast, Hunter. And we basically, between the RFS, Fire Rescue, National Parks, we stripped out so many areas of the Greater Sydney area, for example, and indeed the Central Coast. And we left some areas, they had one or two vehicles left in those areas. And you very much take it's a risk what you do. You take a risk-based approach, and you sometimes denude areas that don't have an imminent threat. But what would be interesting, if a fire had started in some of those areas, the conditions were awful, we would have probably lost properties in those areas. But that's why we take those assessments. We make those assessments on an hourly or a daily basis. And, you're not always going to get it right, but it's certainly based on what we believe is the appropriate use of resources at that given time.
So the response that you've just given suggests to me that it was primarily focused on ground resources, moving ground resources around. In circumstances where, and I see you shaking your head, and that's good because I'm going to ask you some questions about aerial assets, to the extent that we're in a situation, this scenario, which is where you've not got capability to take in other deployments of equipment and personnel from other jurisdictions. And from what I understand is said elsewhere in your response, there's a lead time to be able to get international assistance. So it's not going to be something that can be drawn on in a very short-term period. How is the decision-making process within New South Wales to reprioritise the use of aerial assets?
Well, that again is something that happens each day. At the end of the day, we recommit what aviation assets will be allocated to what fire. Mm-hmm. And then there's state-level assets, things like large air tankers, high-capacity helicopters that are normally kept and then allocated to fires on a mission basis. So, there may be you might have a large air tanker that might have a mission on the north coast, and then it might have another one in Western Sydney. They'll program that on the basis of what the missions are, what'll fit into the time frame, what's feasible, what those assets can achieve. Because sometimes you'll say we need more LATs on a fire, but the way that fire's burning, you look at it and you think, well, it's not probably going to have a huge effect. So you look for where those assets will have the best capacity to influence what that fire's doing. So, and that assessment, though, I've got to say, will happen hourly in some cases. It will change very much based on what's occurring at the time.
What flares up?
And so, if you think about when Commissioner Fitzsimmons mentioned about the day where we had 17 emergency warnings. Now, priorities for large air tankers, in some cases, they were already committed to missions, flying to missions, and something else happens, and we divert them when they're mid-flight. I mean, there was one, there was a rather publicised case where we had a new fire kick off in Turramurra in the northern part of Sydney, and it was a very small fire, but we knew the capacity of that fire, if it took hold, to destroy property when we've already got so many resources out, in our view, necessitated us to say, no, divert a large air tanker and just hit that fire. And albeit we painted some houses pink as well, but we managed to contain that fire to the point where the local fire trucks could contain it quickly. So that's just an example of how that dynamic risk assessment can happen on an hourly or sometimes even quicker.
With that dynamic risk assessment, we've seen in other evidence a guidance note on resource prioritisation, because essentially what you're saying is we have to prioritise the risks that we're going to address, and we're going to prioritise the resources, or choose between the resources that we will deploy to mitigate or control that risk to the extent you can, or at least attempt to. Is there a document within the New South Wales framework that identifies the priorities of live property and other matters to guide this decision-making, this dynamic decision-making process?
There is, and it's right throughout our doctrine about, and it's even in our Act, to be honest, it's live property in the environment. It's very much embedded. But I've got to say that the things that you're talking about are not tools that we use. We just simply use our experience and what is actually happening and what the incident controllers are saying they are seeing and they're concerned, and we're using their experience to very much inform what we believe is the appropriate action to take at that time. And that's in this last season, that would be, getting that information. Mostly Shane and I would discuss the situation and agree on what we thought was the right thing to do, and we'd very much just execute that. And if circumstances come up later and we need to amend that, then you need to be also ready, if you make a decision on something, also not be too proud to then not reverse that decision if something else comes up to say, there should have been a different decision.
And Council, if I might just add to your question, if I heard it right, particularly around aircraft and trying to secure them for the season. Contemplating sourcing and timing and when we want them in situ in the country can be quite challenging. And as I say, when you're looking at seasonal outlooks, and the Bureau will be the first to say, this time of the year, it's really hard to predict what's going to happen for this bushfire season. So they really want a few more months to be more considered and more accurate. But we've got to make decisions now when we're looking at the lead time. And we've had seasons in the past where we've had high-capacity aerial assets that we've brought out from the Northern Hemisphere that have sat most of the season and never turned a blade because it's rain. But the other challenge we've got is the Northern Hemisphere fires can extend longer, and our ability to try and get assets released from contracts here earlier can be quite problematic. And that was part of the contemplation. So it's effectively an insurance policy that you want the stuff here, whether it's used or not in those periods. And because we've typically got it for period contracts, the timing of when they start and when they overlap, there's a lot of thought that goes into that based on the best forecast we can get at the time. And it also drove our business case to the state government to invest in a dedicated asset, so we had much more certainty around its availability and its regularity of use, no matter the early or late onset of the season, and it could be augmented or complemented by other assets that were brought online.
I've just asked about aerial assets, so I'm going to check with the Chair to see if he has any questions about aerial assets.
No, but I think you're about to get on to international deployment and the like, which is important. So, yeah.
All right. I'm going to look at international deployments in the context of COVID. Yeah. Can we have RFS 503 001 0001? One of the questions we have asked Commissioners, the states and territories, is to consider for the purposes of their evidence this week to assist you by providing information about what emergency management plans are in place to address the impact of COVID-19 on their preparation for and response to future natural disasters. And we thank New South Wales for providing this document overnight. This is the 2021 bushfire season operational arrangements for COVID-19. If we can go to page 2, we can see this particular document is from 2 July, but it refers to a number of earlier documents of fact sheets, which we can see here, which Commissioner Fitzsimmons, some of them were in your time, are still with the New South Wales Fire Service. The first responder or attenders at incident where person is suspected or confirmed of COVID-19, where a fact sheet for when RFS members are in identified high-risk categories, another for where RFS essential and non-essential activities, some guidance there, and then also some guidance on site and appliance cleaning. If we can go to page 4, some of the background, just focus on that section 1 on background. This is just to give you, I'm just going to bring this information to the attention of the Commissioners. It identifies that environmental and occupational factors can increase the likelihood of disease transmission. What I'm interested in here is to identify in the third last paragraph I'll start again, the paragraph before. So firefighting response operations are initiated at the local level initially using resources within the district. So we've heard that from the evidence that you gentlemen have given this morning and in the material provided to the Commission. Additional resources may be sourced from neighbouring districts, and ultimately additional resources can be mobilised from anywhere in the state, interstate or internationally. So that's just capturing what we have seen already. The next paragraph contemplates that there could be substantial personnel absences, even for a scenario of a small to moderate percentage of individuals becoming unavailable due to exposure to COVID-19. And the need to have additional resources from other areas and districts will be necessary. this is the sentence I want to ask them questions about. In the event of a high disease spread scenario with a high rate of infection, the associated loss of individuals from service will, in a moderate fire season, severely affect the ability to maintain an adequate response. Now, the questions that we had done in the scenario were really directed to a more than moderate fire season. They were talking about situations where you're in an extreme or severe or catastrophic events. This scenario is saying that because of this different disaster impacting on your personnel, that even in a moderate fire season, it will have a significant impact. So I just wanted to help the commissioners understand how that assessment was made and from that what you're doing to seek to put in place mitigation controls to try and manage that potential future risk.
I'm happy to discuss that. So really, I guess the assumptions there that are made is that when we have firefighting, campaigns going on, even in a moderate season, which we'll have each and every year, often those firefighters can be brought together in fairly confined areas. You've got things like base camps, you've got incident management teams, staging areas. There's a whole, feeding. There's a whole host of environments where they can come together. So, whilst we have protocols in place about people maintaining social distancing at the moment, but if when you start thinking about one of those areas where you've had that, and if you suddenly start getting a few people that had confirmed COVID cases, then your assumption of who may be infected could be quite large. And if we've got fires that are being managed, you could take out potentially hundreds of people and in the need to isolate those people in case they are infectious. So that's the assumption, that even in a moderate fire season with some typical incident management teams, that those concerns could be made. And the things we're doing about that is things like, obviously, the number of people we have in our appliances, base camps, if we end up establishing base camps, significantly reducing their capacity to ensure that we can maintain appropriate social distancing, incident management teams, whereas they're very much an open thing normally, where local politicians, local councillors can go and visit and get briefings. We're very much going to make those very much an isolated case there, where people can't go in there unless there's a particular need. Temperature checking, monitoring who's there, making sure we've got good registers of personnel. So they're all
basic hygiene, sanitisers, PPE.
And there's links in the document there you'll find with the guidelines where you can link to things like, good hygiene practices, cleaning appliances.
Videos, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so there's a whole range of things that we've done, and we've done those in conjunction with New South Wales Health. We've made sure that everything we're doing, we've asked them to review and make sure that we were doing things that with current practice. And this document indeed was written at a time where we said the conditions, the restrictions ease. Now, obviously, that's changing, at the moment, certainly in Victoria and in New South Wales with an outbreak. And we'll obviously, it's a living document. We'll update the document as the circumstances change. But that's very much designed to try and ensure we minimise the likelihood of our people being exposed to it. But we have to also consider contemplate the possibility that we could have outbreaks like that.
So I have a couple of questions on different parts of the document, which will enable me to ask some related questions, and I just want to take you through them. 0005 question topic. Sorry, withdraw that. Section 4 under the bushfire danger period. What this notes is a statutory bushfire danger period, which I think Commissioner Fitzsimmons, you referred to earlier in your evidence, that it commences 1 October and ends 31 March in the following year. What is noted, though, is that on the second last line of that section, that the 2020-2021 bushfire danger period will commence on 1 August 2020 for several local government areas. And I was just going to ask some clarification of that.
That's look, routinely, whilst there is a statutory period in the Act, and that comes from the Act, but routinely, particularly in the North Coast, often August is the time where their fire season will
commence, and indeed there's some permanent variations. The local bushfire management committees can make decisions on when they want their season to happen, either on a yearly basis or on a permanent basis. So we very much leave that to local decision making, and that's basically reflective of that there'll be several local government areas. 1st of August, they'll commence their bushfire danger period.
All right. In relation to page 9, some questions about firefighting operations and resources, and a lot of this reflects some of the material that's been provided to us. In out-of-area strike teams, assistance request for strike team is to be used for requesting strike teams or part thereof. Is this an example of a document that's within RFS New South Wales that is used to initiate the request for additional resources?
Correct. Formalise it, yes.
All right. Is that a document that's always been around, or is that a new initiative?
Oh, no, they've been around for many years. I mean, there's probably quite different versions, but the document request has been around since the early 2000s, I think, my recollection.
All right.
I remember we used to send them around on paper fax machines.
On page 11, which is section 9, aviation resources, we've had some information already from you, and I think most of this has been that's set out on this page has been captured. Although what it does is it identifies some of the modifications that have been established in the procedures to deal with the risk of infection from COVID-19. One of the observations that is made is that the demobilisation from the last fire season was affected by COVID-19. Could you just give some explanation or amplification of that?
That was the lats and things that went home when the COVID restrictions and everything started coming into place.
Yes, correct. There was, as it started to emerge, certainly in the US, some companies, and I think it was, I won't go into company names, but there was a couple of companies that decided that irrespective of that they were on contract, they were withdrawing their people and assets back to North America. And look, luckily there wasn't any real threats left at that point, but I think that just goes to highlight the risk of the country providing all of its reliance on overseas source machines, and I certainly think that's one of the drivers. The New South Wales initiating, purchasing the large air tanker, because there's been a number of times where the fire seasons have overlapped. We've had difficulty in getting aircraft, particularly in that early part of the season, which predominantly probably more affects Queensland and New South Wales. But that has been a problem for us, and I guess this is another issue where I do think that the country needs to have a self-sufficiency.
All right. I note the time, Chair. I've covered the substantive things I needed to cover.
Yeah, I think we've covered a lot, actually, and it's been a very good session. I've just got a couple of questions. I know Commissioner Bennett might have one or two, and I think Commissioner McIntosh's was answered on prioritisation. But I'm interested in the COVID aside, international deployments, where we're requesting international firefighters to come in. And I'm just interested in the process of that, because I don't believe, unless they're offered in a gifting sense, then someone pays for those deployments. And so I'm wondering, first of all, Commissioner Rogers, how much does a firefighter cost internationally, just in general terms? Because I think someone mentioned 6,500 firefighter individual deployments this season from overseas. How much do they cost? How does that work? I'll get you to correct that then in a second. How does that how's that liaised with? Does the Commonwealth pay, or is there a Commonwealth or does the state pay? And what's the mechanism for making that all work? Then the third question is cost of an international firefighter factored into a capability decision, or does capability come first?
So it is a capability issue, and look, the state of New South Wales will pay, and whether that's something, I'm not familiar with the reimbursement processes from the Commonwealth, so I can't tell you about percentages and the like, but very much from a New South Wales point of view, we look at what is needed. It's not about the cost, and indeed the government made it very clear, and indeed the Premier particularly made it very clear. We wanted whatever was done to be done, not considering the cost of it, and that's very much the way we've operated in fire seasons over many years now. So there is a standard cost. I couldn't tell you what the cost is, though, Commissioner. I just can't recall it, but we can get that. There is an agreed rate, correct, daily rate for different levels of people, whether they be firefighters or aviation people. Aviation people, because they're special, tend to cost a little more, but we
special
we
or
do,
different, but yeah.
But we do have standard rates that we commit to, and of course the NRSC in negotiating all of those people understand what those we understand fully what we're committing to, the length of duration of deployment, so we have a clear understanding of costs that we're engaging, and indeed we will write committing to absorbing those costs.
Okay, and I assume it's not necessarily gratis going the other way too. If we were sending firefighters overseas, it'd be on a similar cost basis. Yeah.
It's a reciprocating arrangement. It's not designed to profiteer. It's designed to cover costs for that deployment. Yeah, correct.
No, I appreciate that. And sorry, Commissioner Fitzsimmons, that the 6,500 was something I wrote down when you were talking. That might not be the number.
No, 6,500 is indicative of the interstate and international assistance.
Okay, thank you.
Many thousands were interstate. I haven't got the table in front of me, but the numbers from overseas would have been in the hundreds.
Yeah, correct.
But we can provide that table of detail. I think NRSC might have even provided anyway, but we can certainly give you that detail.
Yeah, they may well have. And then I have one final question in a process sense for probably Commissioner Fitzsimmons in his new role, and then maybe Deputy Commissioner Warboy. The Cross-Border Commissioner, does he sit on any of the high-level committees that you run, or is he an invited member? And in the future, in the future, is he going to be a part of those high-level committees that you might be running in a resilient sense, Commissioner Fitzsimmons?
The simple answer to the current committee structure through the SEMC and or the Board of Commissioners, no, he's not a member, but he has been an attendee and has contributed and presented. And in an operational sense, he's certainly involved at the moment with Gary and the team regarding the COVID response and management operations, particularly around border matters. So he is involved or engaged, but he's not a formal member of those committees. Whether he's into the future, that's something obviously we will contemplate and determine.
Okay, no, thank you. Appreciate that answer. Deputy Commissioner?
From my perspective, Commissioner, that seems to happen more regularly and more often as an invited guest at local and regional level.
Correct.
But, to say that any time that I've required the advice or assistance of the Cross-Border Commissioner, it has always been there immediately and forthcoming.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bennett.
Thanks. I've just got a couple of little questions. One from Commissioner Rogers, just to clarify something. As part of your explanation of one of the answers, you said that the standard of training across the country was the same. Is that right? I just wanted to is that the case?
Yeah, it's consistent. Yes, it meets national outcomes.
We're all part of that AQTF, the Australian, whatever with that VTAB AQTF, whatever the latest acronym is for the National Qualifications and Training Framework, ASQA.
I'm glad you're having some trouble with acronyms as well.
I do.
Yes, so do I.
But no, we do, Commissioner. It's and the good thing about the training and the skills and the competencies is that they are recognised domestically and overseas, and we align very much to the same incident command and control arrangements, which in Australia is the AIMS system, AIMS ICS.
Yeah.
So when we bring people over here or we send people overseas, apart from a local induction, just to clarify some terminology differentiation, they effectively seamlessly integrate into operations. And there's an understanding and accepted level of competence attached to those people with those qualifications.
Thank you very much. And now, Commissioner Fitzsimmons, I've got one question taking you right back to the beginning when you were first talking. You spoke about the fact that the fire spread and behaviour was much greater than the modelling that you'd previously done, that was previously indicated with modelling. But then you also talked about the fact that you were checking the predictive behaviour of the fire during the course of the firefighting season. Did you get an opportunity to, or was it necessary or appropriate to remodel after you realised that things were not as they had been predicted? I mean, what did you do then when you realised that the modelling didn't work, and what would you do? And would you do something differently, I suppose, to Commissioner Rogers in the future? Because I'm just trying to work out how the modelling did or did not fit in, and how much were you able to revisit that during the course of the bushfire season?
Yes, I can answer that, Commissioner, and I would qualify the comments by saying on a number of occasions the modelling, the behaviour exceeded the modelling, and to simply to try and describe this, we had a multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional fire behaviour predictive services specialist unit attached here in the State Centre, and we also had people embedded at local IMTs to provide nuanced or local advice and guidance to IMTs and report back through to the state level. As a general rule, we have a number of approaches, which is the automated or computer simulated predictive tools that are enacted, but we also have, independently of whatever that simulation derives, we've got individuals that do manual predictions based on all the variables. So we've got a number of parameters that operate, and then in doing those assessments, speaking with the head of our predictive services team, what they invariably do with the computer simulation or the manual predictions is look at best case scenario, i.e. Least spread, worst case scenario, worst spread, worst behaviour, and then somewhere in the middle based on experience and judgment. And what they also do is during each fire season, they will often run models and compare them to historical examples about what had happened. And what they have found over the years is that invariably the fire behaviour lands in the middle around the most likely or the most probable. It doesn't go to the worst case, and it doesn't always go to the best case scenario, if that makes sense. So what we found in this season, in a number of occasions, the fires were certainly getting to the worst case scenario, and on a number of occasions were exceeding the worst case scenarios. So what they ended up doing in a very dynamic way as the season rolled on and we got into the summer and got into the compounding effects of the drying of the landscape and the drying of the vegetation, they actually started to defaulting more and more to the prediction, defaulting to the worst case scenario, and where appropriate and exercising judgment where it might even be likely to exceed that worst case scenario.
Thank you. Just one other question. Would you do anything? I guess my question now, I suppose it's Commissioner Rogers now. Bearing in mind that this winter, it's no longer a first up, perhaps. Is there anything you would do differently with that now, if there was another bushfire season, to be similar to the one we've just had?
So before Rob answers that from an RFS perspective going into this season, I think one of the things that we're looking to do, and I don't know if we're going to have the chance to talk about opportunities going forward for policy and practice improvement more broadly out of this season, but one of the things we are looking to work with at the federal level, and particularly with the Commonwealth and CSIRO, is to try and progress and get leverage and progress in relation to the CSIRO and the Spark model and refining the modelling so we can collaborate more closely nationally and tie that into local applications. Obviously, out of this season, the profound effect of the drought did take an effect on the modelling and the behaviour. So Rob might talk about how they'll do it locally for the season.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think that, just building on from what Commissioner Fitzsimmons said, I think that there is a number of studies that are going on into this season, and what are the potential unique factors that we need to build in future. Because, I mean, the parameters that the fire behaviour models look at, it's really whether they're big enough to look at things like a multi-year drought, and whether the getting to a drought factor at 10 is enough, or should there be a bigger range so that you can factor in those really drought-prone years. And that looks at things like the soil moisture deficit and whether that's really measured properly. So I think it's probably a little early for me to say, but I think certainly if we were coming into the conditions that we did in this last season, I think I would be very interested in looking probably more so at that worst case scenario rather than the potential likely case. But just to confuse that even further, the more likely case may become the worst case based on the research.
Yes. Okay. No, thank you. That was very helpful.
No, I appreciate that. And Commissioner Fitzsimmons alluded to, this won't be the last session we'll be doing here, looking to the future. So there is more that we will delve into in another session. Commissioner McIntosh, I think, has a pop-up question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. One for Mr Fitzsimmons. The Council earlier referred to the EMA document released in late 2019 about national resource prioritisation. Are you aware of that document?
The EMA released it.
Yeah, it was a guidance note on national resource prioritisation.
I may be familiar with it. It's not ringing a bell straight away.
It just sets out a set of criteria about prioritisation between jurisdictions. Does that ring any bells?
I can give you the code.
It does for me. I remember the document coming out, and I think it was talked about the principles of resource prioritisation. Yeah. But it didn't go into too much more. It wasn't.
We've got the document.
It didn't tie resources. It just had agreed principles about resource prioritisation nationally. My recollection is.
Yeah, that's right. I was just wondering how important was that in your decision making during the 2019-2020 bushfire season?
I think the fact is that the document as it came out was very much in line with how we do business anyway. So I think when that document came out, we looked at it and it was very much in accordance. So I think we were already aligned. So I don't think that particular document did, because that was what we were practicing.
And to be truthful, from Commissioner, I do recall this. I think when we were. And it was interesting because New South Wales historically has been a big provider of resources to other jurisdictions. This was unprecedented for us in terms of being a recipient jurisdiction in terms of the resources that came in. And leading into this season, through COSC and through EMA, we agreed to just clarify in a simple document what was the custom and practice around the guiding principles for determining the movement and disbursement of resources, to clarify that we're all on the same page. As a collective nation, if that made sense.
It does.
I'm pretty sure that's the same.
Yeah. I mean, my interest is because the document suggests that...
I can give the code.
No, it's okay. It suggests that, for example, New South Wales will prioritise the protection of infrastructure in Queensland over the protection of homes in New South Wales. I'm just sort of curious as to, is that really the way that decision-making would occur in this context, or is it far more fluid, like Mr Rogers suggested, that... you're going to prioritise home protection in your own state before you decide you're going to help out the Queenslanders?
Well, I mean, although I would say in that there was numerous examples when Queensland had a lot of fire and New South Wales did, where we would talk with the Queenslanders about what was the imminent threat at that time. And we very much tried to do our best to protect life and property irrespective of what state that was. And there was numerous examples of where we put aside what we were doing because they had an urgent need. Look, if there was urgent need there and urgent need there, obviously we were servicing what inherent risk we had in New South Wales, if all things being equal. But we certainly very much tried to look at things from a national perspective, because at the end of the day, these people are Australians, irrespective of what state they reside in.
And I think you're right, Commissioner, in terms of the fluidity, because even in New South Wales, identifying critical infrastructure that had a profound effect on a great population would become a priority to try and secure and protect, particularly if it was comms infrastructure or power infrastructure or something like that. Weighing that up against, and it's about the immediacy, it's about the imminent nature of what the threat is. We just don't want to hold resources back on the potential that something might be a problem. It's trying to deal with the greatest risk at that time, being cognizant of the competing risks and demands for resources.
Thanks very much. I should note for the record that I don't discriminate against Queensland, even though they might have tormented my home state in rugby league for many a year. I didn't mean to suggest anything otherwise.
I didn't take it. Well, actually, no, I didn't take it that way. Council assisting, have you got a reference to that document?
Yes.
Just so we can put it on the record, please.
Yes. So this is a couple, but AFC 502-001. 0971, that's Exhibit 4.1.2, which was Annexure 19 to the statement of, I think it's...
We won't put it up, we just need to make sure that it's on the record.
That's a draft. There are a number of iterations in evidence.
Okay.
And full disclosure, I've already told you that Mr Glover was born in Queensland and I lived there for a couple of years as a teenager.
Yep, and we're still working with you. So that so it shows a national approach to the Royal Commission. I think we have finished our questioning, and I've alluded to there will be other sessions where we'll be able to go further into lessons learned and looking at the future.
There's a couple, and there's a number of things we need to follow up
Yes.
from the opening session of the examination. So in those circumstances, might the witnesses be excused, and we will revert to you about any further sessions.
Yes. So, gentlemen, thank you.
And there's nothing from parties with leave, I'm told.
That's good. So, gentlemen, thank you for joining us this morning and into the afternoon. We appreciate it. We look forward to being able to talk to you again on issues and lessons and looking towards the future from a national perspective. And you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will adjourn now until 14:15 Canberra time, if that suits the next witnesses coming on. Sure.
I'm sure it will, and Mr Glover will be taking the ACT witnesses.
Queensland are taking ACT witnesses. Okay, we can accept that. All right. We will adjourn. Thank you.
Chair.
All rise. Okay. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 2:15. Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, you will hear from senior emergency management officials from the Australian Capital Territory in relation to the scenarios. I call Commissioner Georgina Whelan and Acting Chief Officer Rowan Scott.
Commissioner Whelan, Mr. Scott, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
As with all the jurisdictional witnesses in relation to scenarios, they will be giving their evidence concurrently. Commissioner Whelan will take an oath.
Thank you. Commissioner Whelan, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Chief Officer Scott will take an affirmation.
Mr. Scott, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you both for joining us today to give evidence. Thank you also for the Territory's response to the scenario and the questions the Commission posed. Just before we turn to the scenario itself, I understand the ACT has prepared a short video outlining the effects of the 2019-2020 bushfires on the Territory. Just as we do that, I should mention for those persons watching the live stream that the video shows images of bushfires and may be distressing to some. Operator, may we please play the video?
Fires burning across the nation required multiple crews from the ACT to deploy into New South Wales and Queensland. The nearby New South Wales fires to the west of the border, namely the Duns Road Fire, Adaminaby Complex Fire and Marys Hill Fire, pushed heavy smoke into Canberra. On the 1st of January, Canberra's air quality was rated the worst in the world. On the 6th of January, we had our first ignition in the ACT called the Hospital Hill Fire. But from the 20th of January is when things really kicked off for the Territory. On that date, we saw the ACT's largest hailstorm on record, which resulted in extensive damage to public and private property. The ACT State Emergency Service received almost 2,500 calls for assistance in total, resulting in days of recovery response. The previous record number of calls for assistance was 998. The Pialligo Fire, which eventually became known as the Beard Fire, ignited on the 22nd of January. This fire moved quickly towards houses and lives, and we worked closely with our colleagues in New South Wales to bring this fire to patrol status on the 27th of January. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only piece of news on the 27th of January 2020. At approximately 1:50 in the afternoon, the Orroral Valley Fire ignited and a state of alert was issued for the whole of the ACT. We continued communications with the community, which came in the form of regular social media updates as well as face-to-face briefings. More than 1,000 people attended the community meetings and more than 358 warnings and public information updates were issued. The ESA Facebook page received more than 12.5 million engagements over the season. On the 31st of January, a state of emergency was declared and the ESA Commissioner was appointed the Emergency Controller for the Territory. With unfavourable firefighting conditions, the fire grew day by day. The extremely hot and dry temperatures, coupled with strong gusty winds, made the fire move erratically. It spread quickly and was unpredictable. Retardant lines were dropped and we backburned when conditions allowed in a bid to try and take control of the fire. The fire threatened the Tharwa village. We urged the southern suburbs of Canberra to remain vigilant and on high alert. 7,464 houses were door-knocked. The fire crossed the border into New South Wales. The pink lines here are retardant drops. The thin red lines are backburning operations. These labelled areas show completed asset protection works, and here you can see the control lines marked with black and white dotted lines. The The locations labelled with purple text show features of interest, including sites with environmental and cultural significance, which crews worked hard to protect. The arrows represent the helipads out on the ground. They were all reinforced to ensure aircraft could land safely. This virtual fly-through captures rugged terrain firefighters had to tackle. The Royal Valley Fire burned more than 86,000 hectares and roughly 80% of Namadgi National Park. With the help of Mother Nature's downpour, the fire was officially declared out on the 27th of February 2020.
Commissioner Whelan, I'd just like to, so thank you for preparing that video. Would you just like to describe in your own words the effects of the bushfires on the Territory in the last fire season?
The effects of the bushfire on the Territory in the last season were significant. And I say that not just for the reality of what we experienced over the summer season, but because of the psychology or the feeling that the community had in relation to its experiences from the 2003 bushfires. So we had a community that was on a heightened level of alert, that had significant concerns as a consequence of their experience in 2003 and had very high expectations of a quality response from our emergency services. Certainly the season was, and I hate to use this term because everybody uses it, unprecedented, in that we were dealing with multiple hazards concurrently across the Territory and at the same time working closely to support our neighbouring jurisdictions in terms of sharing of resources and capability. Suffice to say, it was probably the most challenging of times for the entirety of our agency, our emergency services, paid and volunteer staff, and certainly the community. But we had very much an approach of keeping our community completely informed throughout the entirety of the season. And our approach of our teams of teams, which is a shared responsibility between government, our emergency services and our community, ensured that we had a very coordinated and collaborative approach to responding to the threat.
Thank you. Just before we dive into the scenario itself and the intricacies of cross-jurisdictional emergency management resource sharing, I just have a preliminary question for both of you, which is to situate your respective agencies into the ACT's broader emergency management frameworks. So, operator, can you please show document RCN.900.052.0001? Thank you. Can you please scroll up to the top corner? So, Commissioner Whelan, I might start with you. So there we see the ACT directorates, which are essentially the departments of state. And there to the right of those directorates, we see the Emergency Services Agency. That's your agency, is that right?
That's correct.
Can you just describe the role and functions of that agency and your role as Emergency Services Commissioner in relation to responding to natural disasters?
I can. So as the Commissioner, my responsibilities as outlined in the Emergencies Act include the overall strategic direction and management of the ACT's emergency services and for operational and administrative support to the agency and the services that it comprises of, which you can see on the right-hand side, the State Emergency Service, the Rural Fire Service, ACT Ambulance, ACT Fire and Rescue, and enabling services. We also have a strong partnership through the Environmental Planning and Sustainable Directorate with the Fire Management Unit within Parks and Conservation.
Thank you. And that environment, planning and sustainable development, that's sometimes described as EPSDS. EPSDD, isn't it? And so that's Environment Planning and Sustainable Development Directorate.
That's correct.
Another acronym for the Commission. Chief
Commissioner
Officer
Bennett
Scott.
will just add it to the long list that she has.
Chief Officer Scott, so I assume that to the right of the Emergency Services Agency on the diagram, we see the Rural Fire Service, and that's your agency?
Correct. The Rural Fire Service is responsible for fires in the rural area of the ACT, but also for the declared natural reserves within the urban area as well. We also are a support agency to fire and rescue, SES and the ambulance service if required. As the Commissioner mentioned, the EPSDD Fire Management Unit under the Act become a brigade of the Rural Fire Service for fire suppression activities, and we sometimes refer to them for another acronym as PCS, which is Parks and Conservation Service.
Thank you. We'll add that acronym as well. Just to give the Commissioners a description, we've heard from sort of volunteers from brigades around Australia. We didn't hear from one in the ACT, but does the Rural Fire Service in the ACT have a volunteer firefighting component?
Correct. So there's 8 volunteer brigades within the ACT Rural Fire Service, strategically placed around the ACT, and then there's the one departmental, which is the Parks and Conservation under the Act.
Thank you. Now, I'll just ask the operator to go down to the middle of the diagram where the word governance appears on the left-hand side. Commissioner Whelan, I might just get you to run through the Committee of Cabinet and then 2 sort of senior officials groups. Can you just explain how that committee and those groups operate in relation to governance of the ACT's emergency management framework?
Absolutely, I can. So obviously the Security and Emergency Management Committee of Cabinet, as the Commissioner of the Emergency Services Agency, I am a member of that committee, and obviously through our Emergency Services Minister brief, pre, during and after, I'm then responsible for providing pre-season briefs to the Committee on the preparedness and the readiness of the ACT Emergency Services Agency. The Security and Emergency Management Officials Group, known as SEMSOG, is made up of the Directors General of each of the ACT Public Service Directorates that support government and our utility, heads of our utility services in the ACT, as well as myself, the Chief Police Officer of ACT Policing and the Chief Officers of the respective services within the Emergency Services Agency. That group provides advice and direction across the ACT Public Service as it relates to security and emergency management issues, and also regularly briefs SEMSI on any issues and pre, post and during operational capabilities. The Security and Emergency Management Policy Group, again, mirrors SEMSOG, but at a policy officer level, and is responsible for planning and maintenance of the various plans that constitute the security and emergency management construct we have in the ACT. And then we have a variety of specific working groups and various interdepartmental and joint organisations, which I believe might be on the diagram further down. So we have a very, very flat structure here in the ACT. We don't have local government, and so we have an immediacy in terms of our relationship with security and emergency management in Cabinet, right down to our working group level here in the ACT.
Thank you. Just staying on that document, we'll move down to the bottom third now, which has the heading on the left-hand side, National Arrangements. Operator, you can go below that. Yeah, if you can, yeah. Thank you. So we see there national arrangements, and then that's divided into 2 governance and Commonwealth agencies, and we see to the right of governance COAG, and the little asterisk which is off the screen says COAG has since been replaced by National Cabinet. But after that, we see some councils and organisations, or committees, apologies, that we heard a little bit about in Commonwealth Week, MEC, PEM and ANZ-EMC and ANZ-CTC. Those are committees of officials and ministers responsible for emergency management across Australia, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And
the framework under which we recognise governance and decision making as it relates to emergency management and emergency capability response.
yes, thank you. And so since we're about to dive into the scenarios, what we don't see in this diagram with national arrangements are reference to any of the Australasian Fire and Emergency Services Authority Council, which is AFAC, the Commissioners and Chief Officers Strategic Committee, which is COSC, or the National Resource Sharing Centre, which is NRSC, do we?
No, we don't. And as the Commissioner of this agency, I am a member of AFAC. I'm a member of COSC, and I also actively contribute to a variety, as do my staff, of the Collaborative Framework Working Group as a means of networking, research, sharing information and progressing the emergency services industry. But we don't recognise those committees as having a legal framework under which to make decisions as it relates to our emergency services capability.
Yes, thank you. Now, we should turn to the scenario itself. So thank you very much for that introduction. I think that's helpful for us to now dive into cross-jurisdictional resource sharing. I don't propose to take you through the answers to the questions one by one, but instead to explore some themes coming out of the response. In the hypothetical scenario, the fires continue to stretch local and state firefighting resources, including personnel and equipment. The Territory has formed the view that the current and predicted situation is beyond the jurisdiction's resources and capability and decides to request assistance. So just at that stage, stopping at the preamble there, in order to get to that stage, I am assuming you would have assessed the bushfire risk and the risk to the response of your capabilities. How does the Territory go about doing that?
I might start with Mr. Scott at a very tactical level, and then I'll step in at the operational and strategic level.
We've got a capability framework which has scenarios for the ACT as to level 1, level 2 and level 3 fires, what we can resource before we need to reach out to our local jurisdictions under the mutual aid agreement or under the MOU for a broader jurisdictional need. Those MAAs and MOUs are enacted once we do some quite in-depth strategic planning within our IMT. We would use the experience of our planners and also the predictive tools to predict where we would be 4 to 5 days out. And then we would reach out to the National Resource Sharing Centre or through our local MAAs or MOUs. Quite a few things need to be taken into consideration. It would be time of year. As if it's school holidays, we tend to have a drop in our volunteer numbers. How long the fire season has been going with fatigue levels, and what's happening around the other jurisdictions as to whether they are becoming stretched as well. So it's a bigger, broader look at what capabilities are around us and not just within the ACT.
So our concept of operations informed by scenario development allows us to basically identify what is, in a military parlance, our troops to task, so our available resources, assessed against the risk to the Territory. I think what's important to understand is that we do try to not only plan 24 hours in advance within the operations team, but also look at 4 to 5 day scenarios so we can assess what may be the ebb and flow of resource requirements. when we get beyond our local level agreements or our MOUs with New South Wales, predominantly what would be the 4 local government areas that we border, we would then be working at a state operations level with New South Wales, and then of course the National Resource Sharing Centre when we assess that the need exceeds what we are capable of generating here in the ACT or locally with those 4 local government areas of New South Wales.
Thank you. Something I was interested in was your ACT Strategic Bushfire Capability Framework. And Chief Officer Scott, because you mentioned the 3 levels, I thought I might just go to that document to have a look at those levels, and you can talk us through them. The reference is ESA.502.001.0715. This will be brought up on the screen, and if you could just operator highlight level 1, please. So, Chief Officer Scott, I think this levels 1, 2 and 3 refer to increasing levels of complexity and risk, but please just talk us through them. So here we have level 1 on the screen.
So level 1 is where majority of our fires would be. It's a bush and grass fire controlled at the incident ground with the initial wave of response or maybe a second wave of response. But it's controlled by the resources that are available, usually done within an hour to 2 hours, depending on the size of the fire, but it's handled at a very local level, and it's even sort of handled more so with just one service response.
Thank you. Just pausing there, and before we go on to level 2, operator, can you go back a page, please? There's and highlight the paragraphs under the heading bushfire risk. Thank you. So this will hopefully assist the commissioners with some information about the different types of bushfire risk the ACT faces. Something I was interested in was 4 paragraphs down, the one commencing over the past 10 years, more than 95% of the brush and grass fires reported each year in the ACT were less than 1 hectare in size. So do I take it from level 1 that that's sort of most of those brush and grass fires fall within that level 1 risk assessment?
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you. But then,
and even with the fires we had this year, we still maintained that 95%. So we had 3 large fires, but the other remaining 76 fires were kept under that 1 hectare in the ACT.
Okay, thank you. Just going, though, to the very next paragraph just shows the different levels of risk you face, which is, of course, the 2003 bushfire burnt out more than 76% of the ACT. And the comment then is made, this highlights the variability and complexity of assessing the context of bushfire risk in the ACT. Is that is factored in, though, through the various levels?
Correct. So a level 3 fire is that would exhaust our resources quite quickly, and we'd have to rely on our mutual aid and our MOUs and the National Resource Sharing Centre, depending on what was happening around the local area at the time. A level 2 incident is an incident that can be managed with resources within the ACT on the majority of the occasions. We may need to just enact our MAAs for those.
Yeah, and so Chief Officer Scott, I'll just bring that description up. So operator, that's on the next page, commencing about halfway down. So that's the description of level 2, Chief Officer Scott. And we'll now go over the page and look at level 3. And so do you just want to give us a little more explanation about what happens in a level 3 or when there's a assessed risk of a level 3 bushfire?
So a level 3 is a complex and large incident which has drawn a lot of resources both on the ground and for the management of the incident. We would have the incident management team activated and the emergency coordination centre activated within ESA headquarters, and there will be multiple sectors and divisions within that incident, and there will be other supporting services to assist with the suppression activities and the behind-the-scenes support of our firefighters. There'll be a definite need for additional resources to be brought in. These incidents tend to be protracted and go for multiple shifts and multiple days.
And just when you're conducting these risk assessments and you're looking forward into the coming days, do you have regard to both public and private resources that are available to the Territory?
We do. By this stage, we're taking a whole of agency approach, not a single service approach, to both the risk assessment and the operational leadership that is brought to bear on the response to the hazard. So at this point, we're not only looking at how we will be able to integrate the workforce and volunteers across the entirety of the agency. We have a mantra of keeping every firefighter on the fire ground. So any role that can be undertaken by our other services is done so we can prioritise firefighters. We're also working very closely with Parks and Conservation, who are factored in to the concept of operations, and then working closely with, obviously, New South Wales, and then thinking about deploying liaison officers into the National Resource Sharing Centre to enable us to submit our resource bids based on our assessment.
Yes, thank you. Just in regard to that, prioritising firefighters and knowing that it's a volunteer and career force, do you monitor or have regard to firefighter fatigue and monitoring fatigue and well-being?
We've got a standard operating procedure that manages firefighter fatigue. It's like most incidents, it's I wouldn't say it's flexible, but we try and adhere to it as much as we can, depending on the dynamic incident, how it's ramping up. The first shift of any incident tends to go a bit longer for the firefighters, depending on when the incident starts and the complexity to it. So once we're going into multiple shifts, we then fall into a shift pattern which manages fatigue. The past season, we actually utilised the services of the State Emergency Service, which drove our heavy vehicle back, which then allowed our drivers to actually be rested, so they're not driving back after a 12 or 14-hour shift, which that helped manage fatigue and reduce the risk of any potential accidents there as well.
We inserted a permanent safety officer into our incident management team for the duration of the season, which is not a formal role that sits under the AIM structure, and the key role for that individual or that position was to be monitoring fatigue, that overall safety and the health and well-being of our workforce.
We do ask all our members to consider their fatigue. Being volunteers, some of them may have done a day at work or a day at home with their families, and then they may get called out at night. So we do ask them to manage that, and where the opportunities allow, we will stand crews down at night or have a reduced capability on the fire ground at night so that people maintain their normal rhythms of sleep patterns as well.
Yes, thank you. And so I could obviously spend the whole of the time we've got this afternoon working our way through this framework document which lets the ACT assess its capabilities, its resource capabilities, and call on interjurisdictional assistance if necessary. But I should move on. So I noticed in the scenario responses, this document is prepared or informed by the territory-wide risk assessment. Can you just explain what that document is and how the bushfire strategy framework is fits within that territory-wide risk assessment framework?
I can. So the territory-wide risk assessment was developed in partnership across the whole of the ACT government and non-government stakeholders. The territory-wide risk assessment is part and parcel of our national partnership agreement and informs not only the risk assessment but also the priority with regards to treatments from a whole of government response. It recognises not just response but also preparedness and recovery. So the territory-wide risk assessment then importantly informs what is the Strategic Bushfire Management Plan, which is the primary document under which we outline our objectives in terms of assessing and treating the risk of bushfire in the ACT, but also is the basis of the governance framework that we've established, which is monitored by the ACT Bushfire Council for both implementation, transparency of action, but most importantly, the Bushfire Council is made up of 12 subject matter experts that range from land management right to response experience, and they provide guidance and mentoring to the ACT through the council on our actions.
Thank you. It seems, on the basis of those answers, the ACT has a well-developed risk assessment framework and strategic documents. I just wanted to ask, in developing particularly the bushfire capability framework, did your agency have regard to documents prepared by any other organisations, and particularly in that respect, I'm thinking of organisations such as Emergency Management Australia or documents produced by the Australian Institute of Disaster Resilience?
No, it's all done in-house. So all our risk frameworks and capability is done in-house.
Yes, thank you. Both of you have mentioned on a couple of occasions the concept of operations guidelines, and I thought they usefully set out a matter that's touched upon in several of the scenario answers, which refer to the mutual aid agreements and memoranda of understanding with New South Wales. So obviously the territory is an island surrounded by New South Wales. So operator, can we please have brought up ESA.502.0001.0760? Can you just highlight, please, Section 12, cross-border arrangements? And apologies to both of you, I don't know who to address this question to, but would one or both of you like to please explain the nature of the cross-border arrangements you have with New South Wales, and in particular the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, please?
Locally, the Rural Fire Service, ACT, has a mutual aid agreement with New South Wales RFS, and that covers the 4 zones around the ACT border. And that's a very low level, I suppose, the lowest level of resource sharing. If it's anything broader than the local areas, then we have an MOU which captures the whole of New South Wales and the ACT. And also Fire and Rescue has the same arrangements with New South Wales Fire and Rescue with regard to assisting across the border and also in here. For anything that could structure fire or rescue as well.
Thank you. I see in the third paragraph there, the second sentence says, the agreements are to ensure there are swift and effective responses to bush or grass fires that may affect either jurisdiction. Is that the way these arrangements work in practice?
Yes, it does. If there's the closest, most appropriate unit, regardless of the border, is sent to combat that incident with the consultation between the respective duty officers. That's under the mutual aid agreement. It's a phone call once an incident has been identified, and if we've got the closest, most appropriate unit or from New South Wales, then that's sent in the first instance. and then other resources are sent from the jurisdictions.
Thank you. And so obviously those level agreements are the lowest level sort of possible, and then they get escalated to above the MAA. It becomes next this statewide MOU, and then if resources were needed beyond that, you would go to the National Resource Sharing Centre?
That's correct. The MAA is very streamlined. It's a very easy process. It's a phone call between the respective duty officers. It's typically for a one-shift duration. Anything more than a one-shift duration, which would be an overnight and a second or a third shift, is usually under an MAA. MOU, sorry. The MAA is typically for a 1 to 2 hour drive radius, perform a shift and then drive back. But very, very streamlined, and it's very efficient in the way it's set up.
Yeah. At a state level, it worked very effectively throughout the entirety of the season, both in terms of firefighters supporting both jurisdictions, but also in terms of the provision of incident management staff, in particular New South Wales providing a level of experience into our incident management team. And of course we have a number of very experienced fire behaviour analysts and also communication staff, which we regularly exchange with New South Wales as well. And I think we had our liaison officer in the New South Wales State Operations Centre for almost the entirety of the campaign season.
And if there's ACT resources deployed, we also embed a liaison officer in the respective fire control centre as a point of contact, and vice versa within the ACT IMT if that's activated as well.
Thank you.
So the MOUs and the MAAs also cover not just firefighters, but as the Commissioner mentioned, it's aviation personnel, heavy plant personnel, GIS, mapping. It's all the support services that go along with the frontline firefighters.
And so just to pick up on a comment that Commissioner Whelan made, you said that you embedded a liaison officer in the New South Wales Operations Centre for the entirety or almost the entirety of the campaign. How was that decision made, or how did that come to be made?
Based on experience and previous exchange relationships that we've had, and then also out of necessity. So it was clear very early on that as an island within New South Wales, first and foremost, we deployed significant number of ACT rural firefighters and fire and rescue staff into New South Wales in the lead up to our own events. And so having that number of staff rotate through, it would make sense for us to actually have a liaison officer into New South Wales. Secondly, it was my first year as a commissioner within the ACT, and I was very fortunate that Commissioner Fitzsimmons welcomed that exchange in both areas, also to provide me a level of support that I required in my first season.
Yes, thank you. I was going to next ask you, it seems that the relationship certainly with New South Wales RFS is a very good one, and I suppose that is born out of necessity from the ACT's point of view.
Definitely. I would say the relationship with New South Wales is very strong at all levels. It was only yesterday I met with the local zone commander across the border in the local area zone. We've got good connections within state operations. And just going back to the liaison officer role, it's those relationships that we have in state operations which then allow our experienced staff to go up there and volunteers to then make decisions on behalf of the service or resourcing requirements that New South Wales may have.
Yes, thank you. Now, just while we are on the ConOps document, I shouldn't pass from it without considering section 13. So operator, could you please go to the bottom of that page? So this is radio communication. I think we heard some evidence from Major General Dunn about the interoperability between the radio networks. Would either or both of you just like to comment on how that interoperability with radio communications works with the New South Wales RFS?
Yeah, the communications now is very, very good. We've got new radios in the ACT that we got for last season, and we've now got all New South Wales RFS operational channels within our code plug. So the communications is no longer a patch or using borrowed radios like we have done in the past. So there's no issue now when we do across the border, or even when we go far up north, up near the Queensland border. All our radios have all the channels that are required for us to operate effectively and safely with New South Wales.
It certainly enhanced the interoperability between the two jurisdictions.
Yes, thank you. How, just from a sort of emergency management professional point of view, how, in your opinion, important is effective radio communications on the fire field?
The radio is your lifeline, not just back to the communications centre or the incident management team, but it's also for passing critical messages or receiving critical information from other vehicles or aviation or ground troops. So to me, it's the number one thing that needs to be robust and available to every vehicle or every person on the fire ground. And now that we've got these new radios with the radio code plug for New South Wales, that's it's definitely solved a safety issue that was present in the past.
Thank you. So now I might move on to the other arrangements for interstate assistance. So that is sort of first, I guess, interstate assistance and particularly coordination of assistance by the NRSC. Commissioner Whelan, I might start with you. Can you just explain how the National Resource Sharing Centre operates, please?
Yes, so obviously the National Resource Sharing Centre, which is a subset of AFAC, in the absence or has filled the void in terms of taking on what is for want of a better term, coordination and facilitation of resource sharing from a firefighting perspective and incident management capability perspective. We contribute in two ways. The first one is in training our own staff to take on a management function on a rostered basis for the National Resource Sharing Centre. And then, of course, obviously contributing staff in response to requests that are coordinated from the states and territories through the NRSC and supporting or requesting ourselves. We place liaison officers into the NRSC when we are in that sort of requesting, receiving mode. It seeks to provide nationally some visibility of the status of resources so that as a commissioner I can get some visibility of what's happening nationally and factor that into the likelihood of whether I would be successful in being able to access interstate resources and factor that into my planning. It also facilitates our access to both requesting additional firefighters, international firefighters who are made available through the agreements between Australia, New Zealand and Canada. And it's also a mechanism for which we can offer up our own firefighters for international deployment. That combined with the AFAC-led professionalisation scheme allows us to exchange, for want of a better term, firefighting capability, but also now have a level of surety and confidence in the quality of the staff that we are exchanging in terms of setting up the standards and also the certification process.
So just to take a couple of topics out of that answer, just starting with the last one about the professionalisation scheme, is that scheme that AFAC runs designed to ensure if the ACT is getting interstate firefighters, you can be assured that they have the same qualifications or capabilities as the ACT firefighters they'll be fighting alongside?
Yes, that will be the aim when it's in its a level of maturity, yes, and that's what it's working towards.
Yes, thank you. I was just about to ask you that. So what's the current status of that scheme?
Look, I sit on a couple of the professionalisation scheme panels, and it's progressing reasonably well. Obviously, it's a volume of work to have your staff registered, but it's something that is improving and increasing in its utility over time.
Thank you. And so another aspect of your answer a couple of questions ago now was about the visibility of sort of national resources available. Can you just tell us in a little more detail how that process is, or how it works, and whether there could be any improvements to it?
Oh, absolutely. I could probably talk for 4 or 5 days on that. But what I will say is that data in, data out. So the information you access is only as good as the information that is provided. So, of course, there's no formal database per se where I could tap into it and at any moment see what is available. However, a combination of what the Resource Sharing Centre captures based on what the states are advising they have available to contribute rather than their availability of their entirety of their service, combined with some telephone hookups through COSC or the Chief and Commissioner of Service Committee, at least gives you a sense of where we're sitting nationally, which of course in the past has maybe not been seen as essential information because in the past maybe we haven't dealt with a national multi-hazard concurrent activity. However, the last season has shown us that we need to be preparing for what it may look like into the future. Particularly, we know the climate is changing. We know the risks are increasing. We know the likelihood of concurrent activity rather than consecutive events will become more and more likely into the future. Therefore, it is my view that it's imperative that we actually have a national outlook to best understand what resources are or are not available. Now, obviously, states and territories will ultimately still make decisions on what they make available to contribute, but I would think that having a sense of what might be available would allow commissioners and chief officers to factor that into their planning, particularly when it comes down to having to make a choice. If there are 2 major events that need to be responded to, concurrent activity, risk assessments, where do you place your resources? There's some critical decisions and conversations that may need to be had into the future.
Yes, thank you very much for that explanation. Something that may have been assumed in my questioning, but I just wanted to make sure. When the NRSC is sharing resources, is that all emergency services personnel, or is it just firefighters? Does it include SES personnel, for example?
Yes, it does. National Resource Sharing Centre has become increasingly utilised for all hazards. So obviously Rural Fire Service predominantly. However, as we've seen an increase in storm and flood activity nationally, the exchange of SES staff, but also incident management team personnel, aviation personnel, and of course that's separate to NAPSI that coordinates aviation assets, firefighting assets.
In your answer 2 questions ago, you talked about COSC telephone hookups. Can you just explain what role COSC has in these resource sharing arrangements?
COSC provides an opportunity for commissioners and chief officers themselves to update colleagues, interstate colleagues, on the status of their operations and the likely workload or resource requirements that each state and territory may be facing, but also share information as to what they may have available. So again, information that agencies could factor into their planning, but there's no level of surety to that. It's not a guarantee, it's more a discussion, exploration of issues and opportunities to inform decision making, but it's not a decision making body.
Yes, thank you. And so, obviously, as Emergency Services Commissioner of the ACT, you sit on COSC, but for example, do SES, commissioners of the SES of various jurisdictions, do they sit on COSC as well?
It just depends on the command and control and legislative arrangements of each state and territory. So, for example, in the ACT, I sit on COSC, as does the head of the Fire Management Unit within Parks and Conservation. In New South Wales, the Commissioner of SES, RFS and Fire and Rescue, all three of them sit on in South Australia. So in Queensland, Victoria and the ACT, I think the Commissioner level, other states and territories have 3 to 4 representatives.
Yeah, thank you. They're not a decision maker. Thank you. We did start down that path by talking about international assistance. I should just ask, does the ACT use international assistance, and if not, why not?
For the last season, we used one individual. That was for an aviation role. We haven't had the need in the past, but we have supported with international operations by deploying firefighters to Canada and the US. We've been quite lucky with the size of our fires that we haven't needed to rely on international resources to come to the ACT because we've relied on those MAAs and MOUs. There is a considerable cost that needs to be considered when using international firefighters as well. And I think off the top of my head, it's around the $800 a day, which when you're getting 20 and 40 firefighters in, that's a considerable cost to consider as well.
It's also minimum days, so you need to commit to a certain number of days for those firefighters because of the movement of them in and out of the jurisdictions. If the Aurora Valley Fire had have continued, if we hadn't have been able to contain it, we would have got to the point of having to request international firefighters because we know nationally we had almost exhausted access to available Australian firefighters, and that would have, given the size of our jurisdiction, obviously our government would fund it if it was necessary, but the cost of it is factored into where I seek support from. Hence why we have the mantra, every firefighter on the fire ground, and backfill every position. And of course, we heavily utilised ADF assets in the ACT the duration of our activities, which allowed us not to be as pressed as maybe others were for additional support.
Thank you. I have some questions about the Territory's utilisation of the ADF, but before I leave sort of the interstate and international context, I just thought I would ask specifically about the sharing of aerial resources. Can you explain to us, or for the assistance of the commissioners, how that happens?
So we have, again, a quite unique setup in terms of our relationship with New South Wales first and foremost. So I might get Rowan, Chief Officer Scott, to take you through that, and of course then we'll move on to the NAFC arrangement.
The ACT contracts 3 aircraft, rotary wing, through the duration of the season, for 84 days. One of those is actually shared with New South Wales on a 42-day each contract to make up the 84 days. We also form part of the Inter-Agency Aviation Working Group and the State Air Desk, where the dispatch and the allocation of resources for aviation and aviation personnel are coordinated through.
New South Wales.
Through New South Wales, that's correct. That's New South Wales State Air Desk. So we're guaranteed the use of our contracted aircraft, but if there is a need for additional resources. We go through the State Air Desk through the ARENA dispatch system and use the call when needed or contracted aircraft to New South Wales RFS. That is then supported by some cost recovery through NAFC, and then they determine the proportion of any existing money or additional budgets that do come through. So there was the additional use of the VLAT this year, and we were lucky enough to gain that here in the ACT as a strategic placement due to our the Canberra Airport has allowed us to do a retardant mixing plant there, which is a very good strategic position for southern New South Wales, Victoria, and the quick turnarounds due to the smaller traffic of movements within the airport as well.
Thank you. So just turning to the role of NAFC, can you just explain the role of NAFC in those arrangements, please?
So NAFC assists with the procuring and contract arrangements for the aircraft. We tell them what sort of aircraft and frame we're after and what capabilities, and they go out to the market and determine a contract and pricing for us. And then from there, the contract then sits with the Emergency Services Agency for the duration of the contract, which is typically a 3-year plus 2 1-year extensions if required.
And of course, the Commonwealth Government made additional resources funding available this last season, and NAFC acquired those aircraft and then worked with the states and territories to establish those jurisdictions that would become the liable member for those aircraft from a financial perspective, and then of course work towards coordinating the allocation of those resources.
Thank you. And so was that the creation of the sort of the aerial hub at Canberra Airport, was that done through NAFC with Commonwealth assistance, or was it something the Territory took on in order to obtain that prioritisation for the location of the VLAT?
Originally, it was set up as a Territory capability, and then with the additional funding this year, it was upgraded to allow the VLAT to be filled in a quicker manner. But the original concept of the retardant mixing plant here at Canberra Airport was for a capability ACT didn't have, and we did see it as a very strategic move, not just for the ACT, but for the surrounding areas in New South Wales, and as I said, Victoria have used it in the past to refill their capability as well.
The enhancements was funded through the Commonwealth arrangements that were provisioned for in the last bushfire season, and of course the hub not only proved to be of benefit for the large air tankers and very large air tankers, it also became of benefit for the smaller aircraft, which were what was the?
Yeah, so we had seats working out of the Canberra Airport as well, which is the single engine air tankers, and also our helicopter base down at Hume is seen as a regional hub for aircraft supporting southern New South Wales and the ACT as well.
Yeah.
And am I right?
So certainly.
Oh no,
certainly,
please.
Several of the jurisdictions benefited from having the hub here in the ACT.
And how did I understand, so the presence of the VLAT here in Canberra was pretty, based on the video we saw at the start, pretty effective in putting out or at least containing the Aurora Valley fire?
Yes, it was for 2 reasons. The first one is the geography of the Namadgi National Park made it very difficult for firefighters to be able to access the fire ground. And secondly, the fire front or the perimeter of our fire was 197 kilometres at one stage. So a combination of aerial and ground assets is what allowed us to undertake concurrent firefighting activity.
No, thank you. And so part of the reason I asked that was because I wanted to move on to, I think, what will be the final topic or theme, which is the issue of Commonwealth assistance. And I understand from your scenario answer to question 7, you say in the Aurora Valley fire in 2020, earth-moving assistance was provided by Defence under the DAC arrangement. Can you just describe how that process worked and enabled you to have access to earth-moving assistance from the ADF?
Oh, absolutely. So as part of our emergency management framework that we discussed at the beginning of this afternoon session, we identified CEMSOG as a key coordinating body. In the ACT, the ADF member for the Joint Operations Support Centre is not a voting member of CEMSOG, but attends every meeting. So from an ACT perspective, we've got a close working relationship with the ADF. We very quickly identified in the ACT that concurrent activity would be the key to establishing a more defensive stance to the bushfire threat, which included ensuring that our fire breaks, our fire trails, and our defensive posture was consistent. We had already assessed that we would exhaust all of the civilian plant available here in the ACT, and so noting that the ADF had clearly articulated an availability of resources, in particular engineers, we put in a very early request through the Defence Aid to the civil community, through well-rehearsed protocols, through Defence and EMA Australia, and we were very fortunate to be allocated significant resources.
The Defence came and assisted us with preparation work with our threat to the west of the ACT, well before the Aurora fire started. They assisted with doing trail maintenance, broadening the width of some trails that we had, and also some of their ground crews did some very good physical removal and just widened some walking tracks for us as a strategic fallback if the fires, Duns Road and Marys Hill, were to come across into the ACT. Yeah. So Defence were engaged very early before there was even a fire within the ACT.
We embedded Defence personnel into our planning construct as well, into our incident management team, and then heavily utilised Defence aviation assets in three ways. Obviously, with the close working relationship with New South Wales, we were heavily engaged in both the Duns Road fire and the Marys Hill fire. So we had an ability to be able to transit liaison officers between the fire control centres for the purpose of being engaged early in those planning processes. We also used assets to move firefighters between fire control centres, but importantly, remote area firefighting capability, we extended that and utilised aviation assets to put additional firefighters on the fire ground to attack that Marys Hill fire very early, which is one fire that we were actually able to extinguish. And the third one was using Defence aviation armoured ambulances to allow us to place a combination of Defence medics and ACT paramedics onto the fire ground as far forward as possible to mitigate risk associated with that isolated area of firefighting we were undertaking.
We also used Defence for nighttime operations. They would fly the fire ground for us at night and gain good intel because we don't fly our aircraft during the nighttime period.
And so just in relation to that last answer, Chief Officer Scott, was that Defence fixed wing assets or rotary assets?
Right.
Yeah.
No, it was a rotary, yeah.
Yeah.
So it seems like the Territory was able to get quite timely access to Defence resources and utilise that. And to draw out a couple of the aspects of your answers, I think you said you embedded a Defence liaison officer early, even before a fire had ignited in the Territory. And secondly, you have well rehearsed and I assume probably well exercised relationships with them. Would you just care to expand on how those achieve a practical deployment of Defence assistance in a timely manner?
So we exercise our emergency control centre here in the Emergency Services Agency on a regular basis, and Defence liaison officers are part and parcel of that emergency control centre setup. As I mentioned earlier, we have a senior Defence officer within our senior emergency management officials group security measurements officials group, and we also have local level arrangements with some of the reserve units that sit in and around the ACT. So at a local and an operational level, we have those opportunities and relationships. Secondly, we have ACT Government is a veterans-friendly organisation, and so we have a number of our paid staff who are also in the active Defence Reserve community. So we have quite a good relationship at that level. And the third one was that I think we had the advantage here in the ACT where we didn't specify to Defence specific assets that we required. We explained to them the effect that we were trying to achieve and allowed the defence planners to come up with the response options that we could then incorporate into our organisation. We watched what was happening in Queensland and New South Wales, and we knew it was only in terms of fire activity, and we knew it was only a matter of time before it hit the ACT. And so we just leant forward as early as possible and utilised the experience of our staff and our defence counterparts here to bring that collaborative approach together very quickly.
Thank you. I think those quite comprehensive answers essentially answered all the questions I had for you on defence assistance. I just have one final question, and this is how or what plans the Territory has in place to address the impact of COVID-19 on preparations for the upcoming bushfire season.
I'll start by saying, before I hand over to Chief Officer Scott, our Directorate of Risk and Planning here in the agency has been developing scenarios as it relates to COVID-19 for all hazards that we may be addressing in both upcoming bushfire and storm season. And we've also been able to maintain a level of intake and training, particularly for our volunteer services in the ACT, so we can sustain volunteer capability. The third point I'll make is that we are planning for the worst case scenario, which is that we may not be able to rely on cross-border relationships subject to quarantine requirements and just workforce availability, so that's, we are deep in planning, but I'll hand over to Chief Officer Scott to give you more detail.
At a local level, our brigades have been asked to maintain a good hygiene, both personally and with vehicle-based. They've been given wipes and sprays for vehicles. We don't use a vehicle radio where possible. They get issued with their own individual radio for that tasking, so that they're only using the one radio themselves. They're asked to clean the vehicles before and after use, and they're also asked to make sure that they are fit and healthy within themselves and are willing to go out on an operation. With regard to a bigger protracted incident, if we were required, we wouldn't do a hot changeover of vehicles in the field. Those vehicles would go back to station and would send out fresh vehicles. I think we could rely on the mutual aid arrangements, and because that could be a one in and one out. But when required to deploy to a base camp or accommodation, that would have to be quite heavily regulated with quarantine. There has been some concern from volunteers that if they were to deploy to assist another jurisdiction, what would then be the quarantine arrangements on their return from a cross-border operation?
I think the other thing to note is, as part of our conduct of operations in the past season, as we were working through what were both the potential and realised firefighting scenarios, we were very quick to identify what is, obviously under the Act, preservation of life and property and the environment is paramount. But you would note on our mapping that we had quite a detailed breakdown of what would be critical assets and vital asset protection. So part of our deep planning is if we've got to the point of briefing government based on limited resources, I think we will be well placed to be able to critically analyse and advise should we have to choose what it is that we're going to put our resources into. And I think the work we completed over last summer has put us in a good position to be able to continue that in a COVID-19 environment.
Does that preparedness or ability to identify and prioritise risks that you may face, does that sort of fall out of the strategy document?
It was something that we have matured over time. So we had a very detailed preparedness cycle in the lead up to the bushfire, and we were able to, as a consequence of that development and planning, very quickly able to articulate to government the totality of the risk and the implications of that. So we were regularly briefing government on particularly the Aurora Valley fire as that was progressing, what were the key points in terms of vital asset protection and what the implications were. And that's work that we've just continued to develop throughout the off-season. So we've got everything mapped. We're very lucky. I mean, we're one Skerrick of New South Wales, but in terms of actually understanding our risk as it extends beyond life, property and the environment, to actually understanding what that means, particularly for us in terms of both our heritage, our water catchment areas, our ecology, as well as critical infrastructure. We have a very good handle here in the ACT on that disposition and then how we would respond to that.
We've also got the pre-suppression atlas, which we refer to for critical assets, both cultural and historical as well. But also too, nearly all the land, rural land in the ACT is covered by some form of fire plan. All our leaseholders have also got fire management plans, which is the Farm Firewise program. So that also identifies critical infrastructure on their land and what they want saved. That's actually quite a significant part of our mitigation of our risk. Is they then form a barrier for a potential spread of fire, because they've also got actions that's required. So if we do have a COVID situation, we've got a lot of plans that we can enact, are being enacted and adhered to now, which also then reduce that risk for the ACT community.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Commissioners, I don't have any further questions.
So I just have a couple of questions. The first one is actually in the weeds, but it came up when you were talking about the VLAT operating out of Canberra as a hub and the importance of that. Out of interest, VLAT has a lot of on costs that people don't see, like landing fees and that. Is the landing fees put on the ACT government? Does Commonwealth pick it up, or does the airfield operator waiver the landing fees? Sorry, the last bit was a joke. Go with the first two. Yeah.
The liable member, which was the ACT instance, is responsible for landing fees. There is a reduction in landing costs, but it's still a substantial cost, not just for the VLAT, but for also the seats and for any road viewing that do land at Canberra Airport as well.
Yeah.
The tracking is essential for us, Commissioner, particularly as we've become a strategic hub for the utilisation of other jurisdictions. So there is quite a lot of work that goes into tracking the movement of aircraft and then the costs and cost recovery that goes into that.
No, thanks for that. And I noticed over the period the substantial number of movements, and so that was why I was interested about the how you did that. So again, important for information systems to be up to date. The final question I've got is, Commissioner, when you said when the Aurora Valley fire, and we note it came right towards the end of a very long season across Australia. It wasn't the last fire, but it was and you made a comment about we'd almost exhausted Australian firefighter capability. I'm assuming that was what had been made available through the Resource Sharing Centre, not all national firefighters, but maybe that was what you were saying. So did you have visibility then to other resources that might have been available in Australia, noting that it takes a while to turn on international deployments?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, we didn't, Commissioner. So the reality of it was that what was being provided through the National Resource Sharing Centre was the extent of the visibility that we had, and what is on the National Resource Sharing Centre database is what states are willing to declare or risk manage that they have available for deployment. So as we were moving towards the end of the season, what looked like it was available or could be made available for the states was obviously continuing to decrease over time, and we could start to see the uptake in utilisation of international firefighters. So it was just my assessment based on information that I had available to me that we would likely move into the international firefighting realm if we had have continued on the campaign.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate you qualifying that. Commissioner Bennett? Commissioner McIntosh?
Oh, yeah, just quickly. Thank you both for your evidence. I just want to ask a quick question about the ACT Strategic Bushfire Capability Framework. I heard Mr Scott earlier say that you did all of that in-house. I was correct in hearing that?
Yeah, with conjunction with EPSDD, we look at what our capability is, both firefighters and resourcing, and we also work with our other areas within ESA, SES, Fire and Rescue, as to what our capability and resourcing would be for the coming seasons.
Of course, what we would look to leverage off into the future, Commissioner, is the National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework, and looking to see how that work will inform future development.
That was kind of my next question. Is there any more detailed protocol or framework or system that helps you equate risk to a reasonable or best practice standard of resourcing?
There is. I don't think it's as easy to navigate as we would like. So I think there is a plethora of resources, advice, information available nationally. At the moment, I have to say that the AFAC collaborative framework allows us to tap into some of that information. I think the research that has been and may come out of the research centres into the future, certainly the work on the National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework and the National Action Plan is value adding. I think it would be helpful to have a more deliberate, coordinated approach to having that information available to inform. I think as an industry, we're improving. I think we are maturing, and I think our level of planning and risk assessment is becoming more sophisticated. However, I don't think we have the ICT or the platforms available that allow us to fuse the science and the art as comprehensively as it could, and I think it's something we could look to invest in into the future.
And that's one of the actions in our strategic bushfire management plan, is the capability and resourcing of the ACT into the future.
So, in my simple mind, I have the idea of a system that allows you to say the ACT, for example, is under-resourced in terms of its fire capabilities, or over-resourced. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about? Developing a system that allows us to make a judgment about this area is under-resourced or over-resourced, or it's perfectly resourced?
I think so, because ultimately it is a judgment call, but actually having a little bit more surety to the data and understanding. Obviously, we're all moving into an area in the land management space of residual risk. What does that mean? How are we educating ourselves on that? How do we run, simulation and models to inform that? Certainly there's a lot of work going on, I think, in CSIRO with Spark and a few other opportunities, but I think we need to probably be more deliberate about that and moving on that into the future.
Great. Thank you both again for your evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, and that leaves one final question. Commissioner Whelan, when you do your testing and exercising and all that, do you exercise to test the system or to stress the system?
To stress the system, and we saw, I think, the benefit of that last season. Certainly the early indications coming out of our operational review, our report that we'll be furnishing to the Commission, identified that the benefits of the setup in the ACT is that we were able to expand our incident management response capability as the intensity and the threat increased throughout the summer period. I believe that we tested out, we operated close to breaking point, and I think we were able to work through that as a consequence of what had been years of development in the agency by the previous Commissioner, Dominic Lane. So we do push ourselves as hard as we can. Where we have areas for improvement, and we will be focusing on, is our planning cycles. We rely on being dynamic or being able to operate in a dynamic environment. Certainly an area for development that we're already investing in is enhancing our planning capability and being able to synthesise what is a lot of information gathering to turn it into intelligence to inform our decision making.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioner Whelan and Chief Officer Scott, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon. It's been very informative. Mr. Glover?
Might those witnesses be released from their summons?
Released or excused?
Excused.
Okay, because we will have you back in the next block to continue to explore on where we go into the future. But we appreciate you spending the time again with us, and you're excused today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I should just put on the record that we've had nothing by way of contact from the parties with leave to appear.
Okay, in that case, if we have, do you have any more exhibits?
No, we propose to tender the we propose to tender the documents relating to Victoria, Tasmania and South Australia tomorrow.
Okay.
Chair,
Don't.
would you just excuse me for 1 minute?
Okay.
I need this, it's not going to be published on the
Do you want me to do it? Or you do it?
I'll do it. All right. Sorry, Chair, Commissioners. I was just reminded by that evidence from the ACT concerning their capability, ACT Strategic Bushfire Capability Framework, which is the subject of questions from Commissioner McIntosh. This morning, Mr Glover tendered at 23.1.13 the Resilience New South Wales Capability Development Framework for the New South Wales Emergency Management Sector. That's RFS 503 001 0016. That capability development framework is referred to in the New South Wales response to the scenario at RFS 004.001.0006. The version of the document that the Commission was provided overnight, we understand is draft, and we understand there may be an application from New South Wales in relation to its publication. At the moment it has been tendered, but it won't be published onto the website until that status is further determined.
Okay, so it's draft, not, I think it's been referred to as a mature document in some evidence, is that right? So, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for clarifying
we'll come back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Mr Glover?
Yes, we can adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
No, we won't. We're going to adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning. So 9:30 tomorrow morning, Canberra time. Thank you.
Thank you for telling me.
All rise.